Hopefully you guys can hear me. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. This is a Reckless Streams. This is a Reckless Streams. Hopefully you guys can hear me. As a matter of fact, let's see if Z can get in a better place. Y'all give Z a second. Y'all give Z a second. And we're back. Okay. First, let's give our shout outs. Shout out to first Chief Rocker. So this is a long time coming. This stream should have been posted, I don't know, 2 months ago, something like. So shout out to Chief Rocker. Chief Rocker is who we owe this stream to, and we will be speaking about the women and that goddamn college student loan debt. That student loan debt, which is insane for some. For some, it's manageable. It's not something that'll scare you too bad. But for others, I don't know what man is signing up to be in a relationship, let alone marriage with her. Oh boy. And we'll be going through it. We'll be going through it. So yes, first let's give our shout out to who sponsored this stream. Shout out to Chief Rocka, wherever he is. I hope he's listening. If not, he'll catch it on the replay. But this is a Reckless Streams. This was maybe the best time for me to do this, so we will see. Hopefully I won't have to pause too much. But yes, this is a Reckless Stream, but here we are. Okay, right? So let's go through a few things. This is what Z is talking about when I speak about Morgan Stanley and wealthy and rich white men preying on the ladies. This is what I'm speaking about, right? These women are tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loan debt. Not 100, not 120, no, 200, 250, 300, 500, $750 in student loan debt. 750 is not just a home. That's a really nice home. $525,000. That's not a home. That's a pretty okay home. Right? Oh boy. This is what we're saying when we say the Morgan Stanleys of the world are salivating at the idea of women being single. What's going on, Chief Rocket? This is for you, right? They're salivating. Huh? Now let's be honest with the ladies. They have a point. It is predatory. It is a really weird and messed up position to put people in general, because we know something like anywhere between a third to 40% of student loan debt is held by men, right? But it is predatory to prey on 18 to essentially scare the crap out of the parents and their children about not going to college and what their life would mean if they don't attend college and graduate. And then on the other end, when they turn 18, preying on them with insane high interest rate student loans. I got to give it to the ladies. Fine, ladies. Yes, okay, fine. And you didn't get a scholarship. Okay, cool. And your parents didn't set aside money for that, and they may not have had it. We understand. We know what country we live in, what society we live in. Fine. And your mother decided to divorce your dad. Oops. Ha! That didn't make it any easier. Huh? Whoopsie. That's if your mother ever married your father in the first place. Yikes. Huh? So it's understandable, ladies. We get it. And We're not even going to get to the women that were advised differently by their parents and they still decided to go down the expensive route and now they're regretting it. We're going to get to that in a minute. We're going to get to that, right? So, as you can see, the ladies are once again tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loan debt. For what? Right? This is a major, and this is very key. This, we got to stress this, right? We have to stress this. This is the major reason why the ladies are looking for rich men. Specifically, more specifically, rich white men to live off of, excuse me, be a in quote unquote partnership with, right? This is why you see, I would argue this is one of the pillars, one of the most crucial components to why you see so many women, women of color, in particular black women, right? Seeking relationship, talking about this hypergamy talk, swirler divester talk in the black community, and for non-black women, just any white man will do, right? Particularly if he's doing well off, obviously. But this is why these women are looking to be with rich, specifically rich white men to live off of. sorry. To be in partnership with, and in this case, partnership is correct because the ladies see this as a business arrangement to help her pay off that debt, right? Many are $100,000 and more in student loan debt. All this to be independent of men and men's opinions and requirements, right? Talk about hustling backwards. Your mothers, your aunts, your grandmothers, some of even your daddy daughters, right? Your daughter daddies. Once again, your mothers, your aunts, your grandmothers, your girl cousins, your older sisters, your daughter daddies, raise these women. You don't need no man. You don't got to be relying on a man. We got to send you to college, so you don't need no. And that's understandable, right? This is part of adulting. This is part of being an adult. We get that. Fine. Y'all take it a step further, more than a step further, so that your daughter could give men, particularly in the black community, her ass to kiss. She could have that degree. She won't be relying on any man. Unfortunately for you and your daughter, unfortunately for you, young ladies, you come out of college, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loan debt. And now you're considered sugar babying. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Huh? Now the patriarchy don't sound too bad. Oh, wait. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Huh? I know y'all caught that young lady who said, "Is it patriarchy?" When she said, "When I need it, is it patriarchy or is it just a helping hand?" We'll get to it. Uh-oh. Huh? I told you that we're gonna try to rebrand the patriarchy. Huh? And by the way, let's pause right here. Dear black women, you thought these women were your allies? You heard what that young white woman said? And she cute enough to get it too. She better hurry up. That clock is ticking, young lady. But she cute enough to get one of these lame ass upper middle class white dudes to put a ring on it too. And pay everything. Or maybe almost everything. Uh-oh. You heard what she said. And you thought those women were gonna align with you. And she might have voted for Kamala, you never know. But you thought those women with that mentality were gonna align with you to dismantle hierarchies of oppression and the patriarchy and redistribute the wealth from their brothers, fathers, uncles, potential husbands, uh-oh, to give to you. So y'all could do y'all whole same-sex loving munching thing. Or y'all could give Men the middle finger. Yeah, so she could eat that student loan. Oh, wait. Oh, that's why y'all want the government to pay the student loan debt. So that she won't have to do the whole sugar babying, patriarchy ain't that bad thing. Oh, yeah. Too late. No, too late. Wow. Huh? Talk about hustling backwards. The entire society, and for us millennials especially, maybe some of you younger Xers, but for us millennials and definitely you Gen Z, y'all have heard all the men in here, excuse me, under the age of about 45, maybe even 50, we were in class with the society with the society and the teachers. And if you went to college and university, the professors just cheering the women on, just pushing them, just cheering them on to put themselves in a position where they won't need a man and they could give men their ass to kiss. They won't be relying on him. Huh? And then when they graduate or even in school, they just have, excuse me, a wide array of men to choose from, especially, and that, once again, the idea that me and BGS were speaking about, that top shelf alcohol. She'll graduate with her degree, and that has now put her in a higher level to get even higher tier men than herself. And we grew up. We were in class with these type of messages. We were in class with this type of aura around the girls and the women. Huh? And a handful of them become Kim Foster's mother or Kim Foster. And the masses of them don't. A handful of them become Oprah. Huh? I know we're talking about boomers now, but a handful of them become Oprah, right? And the masses of women don't. Now what? This is why Mr. Z said hustling backwards. You're raising your daughters to be able to give the masses of men the middle finger. And now your daughter has a degree in whatever she has a degree in. I'm not going to minimize it. It's too easy. It's too easy. I heard Anton with the basket weaving degree. I heard him. I heard him. Right? Right? But your daughter has a degree in whatever she has a degree in, and she's been paying off her student loans for 12 years, and now the loan is 13% more than when she started paying it off. Oh, Z, you didn't wait. Z, the math don't matter. Wait, what? You heard right. Let's go to it. After 12 years of repaying the loans, Black women owe 13% more than they took out initially. Huh? Let's say that again, just in case y'all are like, no, there's no way. After 12 years of repaying the loans, Black women on average owe 13% more than they took out initially. Huh? Now, we understand this is an anti Black society. We understand Black people's economics, Black women's economics, but Black women, remember, Black women are the most single group of people in America, or at least 62% of Black women are single, something like that, right? This is why Mr. Z continues to say this. Ladies, when you say, I could do battle by myself, you literally are. That's a nice figure of speech. I understand how you mean it, but literally you are. You are going to do worse by yourself. Shout out to all of you. Well, if I can't have exactly what I want, then I'd rather be single, struggling. And you will be. You're right. You will be. I could do bad by myself. Yep. Yep. That's exactly what's going to be happening, actually. Be careful what you wish for. Huh? Be careful what you sign up for. Huh? You want to know why these women are walking? This is why we call it swaggy begging. Shout out to LAR. This is why we call it aggressive begging, arrogant begging. This is why you're on dates with these women, first, second date, maybe third. She hitting you with all the aggressive. This is what a man is. This is what a man's supposed to do. No, a real man will do this, and what she's really doing is trying to reframe her desperation. She's borderline destitute. She's in not just student loan debt, credit card debt, and student loan debt up to her eyeballs, up to her hairline. And she might have traction alopecia. Goddamn, Z. Huh? So yes, she might drive a nice little baby Benz and a Tesla Model 3, and she might have a luxury condo, and she's dying in debt. Huh? She got her little Audi A4, a little BMW 3 Series. Huh? Z, you forgot this is the era of the SUV. You right, you right. A little BMW X3. Huh? A Tesla Model Y. An Audi Q3 or Q5. And she's dying financially. She makes just enough to pay as much of the debt as she can and add more debt by buying more stuff to make her feel better. Huh? Wow. So y'all heard right? 12 years after. So that's after they essentially get that first letter in the mail about what it's going to be now that they graduated. 12 years later, on average, they're 13% more in debt. And I also had that clip from Perfect Union, More Perfect Union. Y'all saw it was nothing but women. The only time y'all saw a man was the man with the blowhorn in there. It was nothing but white women and black women. One of the sisters, older sisters, said her and her children are 200 and something $1,000 in debt combined. Huh? You saw a bunch of women telling you they're more in debt. I think one of the white women said she's been paying for how long now? She essentially paid off the principal, and she's still $75,000 in debt, which is more than the initial principal in the first place. So Mr. Z's not going to tell the ladies they're not wrong that this is damn near predatory. Yeah, you're right. But I noticed none of y'all look like y'all had a man around y'all. I don't see none of y'all with a boyfriend or a husband. Well, y'all were a bunch of middle Asian, older white women and black women. So I don't see no man around y'all. I don't see no husband around you. So let me get this right. A system designed for the family, man, woman, child, man, woman, children. A bunch of women either never got married, never had children in marriage, or got married, got divorced, and they're having to eat this debt by themselves, and they want, oh wait, that great wealth transfer where the men who you never married or you married and divorced help you pay off that student loan bill through taxes and loan forgiveness, through taxes. Oh yeah. I see, ladies, I see. I told y'all that's what they were trying to do. Give individual men their ass to kiss, call us dusty, say about the young men that the young men haven't developed personality, right? The young men aren't likable, right? And then turn around and have the US government get the money from the men through taxes instead of a woman that would have been your wife a generation or two ago getting the money from you in a relationship. Huh? Uh-oh. You see that? Well, women's middle finger to men is literally costing them everything. Hey, this is what your negative liberty looks like, women, dear black women specifically. Huh? And I know some of y'all caught that, the 26-year-old white woman who said, I'm just a girl, right? She was speaking about her student loan debt. She said, I'm 26, I'm just a girl. I told y'all they arrested development and petulant children. Arrested development. She's 26. I get it. 26. But a few generations ago, 26, you would already had 2, 3 kids, married. And if we went far back enough, if this was 300, 400 years ago, you might have been a grandmother. If this was 300, 400 years ago, you might have been a grandmother at 26. Possibly. Huh? You definitely would have been a mother, that's for sure. There wouldn't be no talk of, I'm just a girl. And okay, maybe you wouldn't have been a grandmother at 26, but by 30 you would have been. That's for sure. 400 years ago, 500 years ago, you definitely would have been a grandmother by 30. You're 26 talking about, and that's only 4 years away. You're 26 saying, I'm just a girl. I told you, arrested development. I'm just a girl at 26. Dear men, this is why they talk to you the way they do. You're supposed to subsidize them and let them live out their fantasies, these princess Disney-esque fantasies. Huh? They're in crushing student loan debt. They want all the luxuries of life. Okay, that's understandable. A lot of people do. But they're mad and angry at the men for not being on the level where she could live off of you. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, y'all. Do the whole partnership thing with you. Huh? And then divorce you depending on what race and ethnicity she is. Divorce you in 5 years if you're black, and maybe 8 to 10 years if you're not black. Huh? Say that, Mr. Shook, to you. You you paid for class and higher social status. Now pay for it. Exactly. Exactly. Huh? Wow. Huh? This is crazy work here. And once again, so we're getting to the point where I mentioned earlier, the other white woman, shout out to her, who said she could have her debt paid off tomorrow if she would just sugar baby. She also said, if it benefits me, maybe it's not patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping hand. What did I say? Hopscotching between patriarchy and feminism? Patriarchy by feminist specifications? Partnership patriarchy? I get it, everyone. Let's pause right here. I get it. If you're not initiated, Mr. Z sounds like some raving lunatic on the internet, some sexist, misogynistic, misogynorist Neanderthal, retrograde Neanderthal. I get it. If you're not initiated, this is how Mr. Z sounds. Uh, like I just want the women barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen, right? With no rights. Huh? I get it. If you're not in it, this is how the black manosphere is painted, right? And then one of your daughters says this. Now what? See, she let the cat out of the bag with that one. Z, you Haitian. You sure you want to be saying that? She let you know what it is with this, huh? I told y'all, let them talk long enough. Can y'all talk amongst yourselves? And we're back. My apologies, everyone. And we're back. And we're back. Right? So this is why Mr. Z says partnership patriarchy. This is why Mr. Z says that this is why I say the things I say. This is exactly why I say the things I say. This is exactly why. And we might be going through a couple of dead zones, so my apologies. I might have to reiterate certain things, right? Partnership patriarchy. See, y'all can't get that out of the women. Now they're going to try to reframe it and rephrase it and talk about benevolent patriarchy, all this soft shoeing. I want that part of patriarchy, but I don't want this part of patriarchy, and I want this part of feminism, but I don't want that part of feminism. Huh? Yeah. This is why Mr. Z says let them talk. This is exactly why I say let them talk. That lady she let it out the bag, didn't she? If it benefits me, is it really patriarchy or is it just a helping hand? Right? She told you what it was. Now what? What happened? Huh? Another thing you notice watching these different videos is that many of these women spend decades paying off these loans. And we're watching them pass away never paying off the loan. They spend decades paying off these loans. These loans are anywhere from 14,000 on average to about 70, give or take. Right? But yeah, oh there we go. 28% or so, about yeah, 20 to 30%, which is about the majority of where people's loans are, is somewhere between 30 and 50,000. So the women owe about 30 to 50,000 at about 30%. So 30% of them owe anywhere between 30 to 50,000. That's not the end of the world. That's still a good chunk of money, but it's not the end of the world. But she's going to be paying that off for over a decade, probably. Uh-oh. Huh? 30 or 50,000. And if I remember correctly, something like 6 or 7.5%, something like that. So let's say 6 to 7.5%. Train tracks. 6 to 7.5% of women owe over $100,000. Wow. Huh? What happened? This is what it looks. This is what it looks like when you raise a couple generations of women to give men the middle finger. The whole other half of the species give men the middle finger and try to find elaborate ways to do this By yourself, but not really? Like, still have the men fund it so you can run it? Absolutely not. Eat that student loan debt and go munch on each other. I guess you'd be eating vagina and eating student loan debt. Heard that's a tasty combination, right? Wow. Huh? Hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loan debt. And shout out to that man who's gonna marry her. Dude said he called into Dave Ramsey. He said he's what 40 some odd thousand in student loan debt. Oh no, not student loan debt, in collective debt. So that's everything. So he's 40,000 in. That's manageable. That still hurts, but that's manageable. And your fiance, who you're about to marry, okay, yeah, she's in dental school, fine. 700 some odd thousand in student loan debt. You don't see who you are to her? Okay, yeah. All right. All right. Huh? You're like $40,000 in student loan debt. She's like 700,000 in student loan debt. Sorry, you're $40,000 in just in debt, in just any general debt. She's 700,000 in student loan debt, if I'm not mistaken, alone. Was it 700 or 750? Either way, huh? You don't see what you are? Did y'all see the look on Dave Ramsey's face? I don't even rock with Dave Ramsey like that. You saw when he put his head in his palm. He's like, and he said it. You don't even understand what you just said. You don't even understand what you just said. And you heard the man kind of giggle, and that kind of nervous giggle. You don't even 700, $750,000 in student loan debt. Wow. Huh? And we already know the women hold somewhere between 60 to 66% of the student loan debt. And as more and more young men don't attend college, you're going to see that number start going up a little bit. If it's 60%, it's going to slowly creep up to 66. If it's 66%, it's going to slowly creep up to 70. Huh? Now what? This is why the women are looking for very, very, very high earning men, because they're tying themselves up with student loan debt. They're tying themselves up with consumer and credit card debt, and they're drowning while being snarky, mean, condescending, rude, sassy a-holes. Huh? They're drowning in debt with all the smug in the world. Rest in peace, Kevin, calling into Kevin saying, who wants to be with average anyway? And the white women aren't told to settle. Huh? Now what? And y'all give Z a second. Y'all talk amongst yourself. Reckless streams. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And we're back. My apologies, everyone. And thank you. Thank you for your patience. Right? And thank you for real, y'all. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. My apologies, everyone. You already know the reckless streams because of course it is. Of course it is. Right? And I guess I might as well read this now. Let's do this now. Give me a second. And KMS, thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And KMS says, if this is a partnership, yuck, right? Right? If this is a partnership and my buy-in is covering most all of your debt, my demand is a majority stake in the company that is our relationship, which means I own you. And then I talk you, I talk you be quiet, and only I can dissolve the partnership. Thank you. I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna get to it because I actually had a point to that too. I actually had a point to that too. So yeah, exactly, exactly, right. And I want to be very clear. I'm of two minds on this. Whether the women are really self-aware of what the hell they just did to their life, or whether they're just going with the flow, and the theme is um boys are icky, throw rocks at them. What was it? What did the shirt say? Boys have cooties. Yeah, yeah. Boys have cooties, throw rocks at them. So is it boys have cooties? By the way, we still get to the same end result, right? Either way, we still get to the same snarky, mean, rude women who speak to you like you owe them something, right? Like you did something to them, right? Either way. But I'm of two minds on this, right? Because the ladies are talking this way, they're talking this partnership language, but do they really actually appreciate what partnership mean? Huh? Do they actually appreciate what partnership mean? Huh? So no, I agree with KMS on this. Hey, if that's what it is, I have a majority stake. But this is when the women start trying to come in with other things. Well, I'm going to be the one doing the chores, and I'm going to be the one having the kids and emotional labor. This is why they're trying to put so much stock on this emotional labor thing and speak to you, black men in specific, as if you don't engage in emotional labor. The women, black women of all people, engage in so much emotional labor with black men. Huh? Y'all saw that clip I posted. By the way, if y'all haven't checked it out, I posted a new short, right, last night. So y'all check that out. I have a new short. Yeah, and yeah, right. The ladies speak, especially black women, speak like they so much emotional labor, so much. The men are mouth breathing idiots, little man children, and the women they're doing so much heavy lifting. Don't you know? All the intangibles. It's so much work. It's so much labor. Huh? That's how the ladies speak, right? Because they have to find a way to justify why you should be paymaster at the absolute highest level. And essentially, what they're trying to do is Jedi mind trick you men, young men in particular, by saying, okay, fine, I am demanding that you come with the check at the highest level, that you work your fingers to the bone. But look what I'm doing. I'm engaging in so much emotional labor, and I'm the one who's going to have the children, and I'm the one. Yes, and you're also the one by 80% who's going to file for divorce. Oops. Uh oh. Huh? Huh? So I agree with KMS on this. That means I have the majority say, ladies. But the lady, see, this is when that whole equality and egalitarianism bite them in the rear end. So they start trying to speak about things that they're really not engaging in. They're trying to overemphasize the things they are engaging in. Huh? Yeah, that's what we thought. Yeah, sounds about right. Huh? Almost 16% of women are $70,000 in student loan debt or more. Almost, it's 15.5%, give or take. So 15.5%, give or take, of women in America are $70,000 a year in debt or more. So about a BMW 5 Series, a nicely loaded BMW 5 Series, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Y'all heard right. These ladies are struggling. And let me say this also. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams. That Ode to Humanity sound drop, oh, talk about making me laugh. Every time he play it, I chuckle a little bit. Huh? Every time he played the Ode to Humanity, I chuckle a little bit. And you seen the clips that he was playing, and it's just woman after woman crying, 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 crying. You saw the sister crying, recording herself, and Coach Greg Adams dropped that "Oh the Humanity" sound clip, and it's just the height of comedy. But ladies, you said you got this. You remember, ladies, you remember you're going on the whatever podcast. Black women, you called in the Kevin Samuels. You going on daily wrap up crew. You going on cruise season. You on the Pop the Balloon show. You forgot that you giving us your ass to kiss while you're 30 and 50 and 70 and 100 and 125 and 300 and 500 and $700,000 in student loan debt. Huh? You forgot you gave us your ass to kiss. You forgot, ladies? Huh? KMS, the reason why the women are moving the way they are is because they don't want to be on, they don't want you to have that type of leverage. So they gaslight you about what they're coming to the table with and what they're contributing and what they're doing. They don't want you to have that leverage. Now, whether it's something that they're conscious of or not, it still ends up being the same thing. She doesn't want you to have that leverage. The women don't want you to have that leverage. I said it before. The women are swaggy begging, they're aggressive begging, they're arrogant begging. Because if they were to just come up the middle and just tell you, look, I like you, I find you attractive, you're cool, but I got some issues. I'm going to get down on your program, but my finances is a little janky. I'm struggling a little bit, a lot of bit. Then maybe y'all can negotiate something. If you like her enough, maybe y'all can negotiate something. But you got too much leverage, and she doesn't want to give you that type of power. So she lied to you about what she's gonna do, what she's not gonna do. Huh? Y'all heard that? I'm so glad that I said it. Let them talk. Let them talk. Let the ladies talk. You heard what that white woman said. If it benefits her, is it patriarchy or is it just a helping hand? Oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. Then you wonder why you're getting the type of behavior from the women that you see. You wonder why we getting that. You wonder why you see the things you see, right? Yeah, you gotta love it. So to Armiose Frimpong, let me say this because the brother said something a few streams ago, right? The brother said something a few streams ago about, if the women are if the women are doing better in the workforce, then why not have, and I'm paraphrasing, why not, have more fathers being involved with the children and being more maybe the caretakers, and then have the women more in the workforce. If the market has decided that women have the proclivities that are best suited for the market, and we already know that men make better parents. Oh, goddamn, so you said it, I said it, huh? Then maybe the role should be flipping. We should have more stay-at-home fathers. And those weren't his exact words, but I understand what he was getting at. I say to Army, you know why I won't work? Not because of the men, but because of the women. Just like this white woman just said, they want on and off switch. They want it all. They want everything. Yennefer from The Witcher, huh? The reason why this wouldn't work, Army, is because the women want it all. It's negative liberty. The women want it all, huh? That's why. I'm glad that white woman said what she said. That's why I've been saying. I don't know who these people are, these academics, these professors, these technocrats, these social designers, the days, whoever y'all are. Everything you're saying about man-woman relationships, particularly the liberal and conservative folks. I'm talking about you liberal and conservative. I'm sorry, said that wrong. You liberal and progressive, sorry. You liberal and progressive thinkers, you technocrats, you social designers, everything you're saying may sound nice in your head. It may sound nice in theory. When you mull it over with other leftists, it might sound nice because you swear the women are not the issue, huh? You swear the women are not the issue, and hopefully you guys can still hear me. And when we let your daughters talk long enough, they sound like this young lady. They sound like the young lady that said, I'm just a girl and she's 26. They sound like the young lady who literally said, if it benefits me, maybe it's not patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping hand. Dear black women, and you wonder why 52, 53% of white women who voted for Donald Trump? That's their worldview. Meanwhile, you saying you could do better by yourself, and who wants to be with average anyway? And the white women aren't told to settle, and the white women literally just said, yeah, I'll settle for it. I'll do it. Because once again, her words, if it benefits me, it's not patriarchy. Maybe it's just a helping hand. You thought women that think like that were gonna align with you when you told them, yeah, I'm gonna take from your potential husband, that guy that's gonna benefit you. Yeah, I'm gonna take it from him for the upliftment of all of us. Huh? Something else we found out. Once again, like, share, subscribe, hit excuse me. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Something else we found out is nearly a quarter of women are 50,000 or more in debt, in student loan debt. Nearly a quarter. So nearly 25%, 1 in 4 are 50,000 plus in debt. All you brothers who got a roster, and that number might be, if I remember correctly, I'm not certain if they're saying 1 in 4 women, period, or 1 in 4 women who have attended college and university are 50 plus thousand. Either way, for you brothers that are dating exclusively college educated women, at least for the black ones, it looks like, right? At least 1 in 4 of them are 50 plus $1,000 in student loan debt. Huh? We also know women hold 60 to 66%, so anywhere between 60 to 2/3 of student loan debt. That number is approaching $1 trillion. $1 trillion, everyone. $1 trillion. God damn. Oh, $1 trillion. Ouch. We didn't even get to that, Dr. Dunbar. Dr. Dunbar says the consumer debt too. We didn't even get to that. I didn't even do research on that yet. We just talking about student loan debt. As I said, the Morgan Stanleys of the world, with their framing, dear ladies, their framing is the she economy. The future is female. The future is women. The she economy. That's their gaslighting way. They're gassing y'all. Oh, they're gassing y'all. They're ego stroking y'all to death. Y'all damn, they're having orgasms. How they ego stroking y'all. But what they're really saying is, ooh, we about to make so much money off of these single women. And y'all hear Z say that, and it sounds like some weird tinfoil hat conspiracy theory, tinfoil kufi conspiracy theory, tinfoil do-rag conspiracy theory. Huh? It sounds crazy until you start hearing these women talk about their student loan debt. Until that she economy memo gets published. And you can read the tone of it. They're salivating. Rich and elite white men, the same men many of you women of color want to end up with, salivating on how they're going to make money off of you while you struggle. Huh? Yeah, y'all heard right. From 18 years old to 61 years old, people in general, this is not exclusive to women, are anywhere between $14,000 to $48,000 in student loan debt on average, right? Huh? Yes, everyone. So this makes more and more sense. This explains the petulant child energy. This explains the sugar babying, right? This explains the chasing after rich white men, the idea of hypergamy skyrocketing amongst women, the concept of hypergamy for women of color, racial hypergamy in specific, huh? Because the women want a particular lifestyle while they're drowning in consumer debt, in credit card debt, in student loan debt. Thank you, Mr. Shook to you. That's why I said it before. And Mr. Shook to you says, I can't afford you has just entered the chat. Dear men, get out of your pride and ego. Black men in specific. Listen, brothers, get out of your pride and ego. It's okay to tell her simply, I can't afford you. To that shorter brother that was on Pop the Balloon, when that little mixed breed kind of Amory looking sister, when she tried to respond back to you, was like, so are you trying to say you can't afford me? You should have said yes. You know what? Absolutely. You were completely out of my price range. Women think that's a compliment. They he can't afford me, and they ego stroke. They diddle themselves with that type of compliment to themselves. I want you to understand. 3 and 4 and 5 and 7 and a dozen men tell them that and don't even try to pipe. She gonna start questioning. She gonna realize the insult that it is. The first few of you that say that, she'll yeah, these men can't afford me. I am out of your price range. I am better than you. Huh? That's what Lisa Ray was on, and she's still single. I vacationed for a month. Yawn. Huh? We need to start telling the ladies, you know what, you're right. I cannot afford you. You are out of my price range. We need to start telling the ladies, you are absolutely right. I cannot afford you. You are out of my price range. Dear black men, get out of your ego. Tell the women you can't afford them, even if you can. Ooh, goddamn, Z. Black men, get out of your ego. Tell her you can't afford. You out of my price range. You see those? You see how black women are in specific. All that bragging, especially when they're talking about black men. You hear them when they say, I had an ex. He told me he was insecure and he realized I was moving up and I was doing better in life and he couldn't keep up and he was insecure and I could see how and I spoke to him a few weeks ago and he was telling me that, you know what? Fine, you can have it, ladies. Really, that's what you're saying, Nema, but you're not saying that. And Nema says, you're a black hole to my wallet. Really, that's what you're saying, but we're not gonna frame it like that because the ladies are gonna see that as an insult. No, you want to ego stroke her. You want her to feel good about herself, right? You're empowering her. Aren't the women obsessed with empowerment language? So you're doing yourself and her a favor because you know she gonna love it when you throw yourself under the bus, huh? You know the women love when a black man. Black women love it when a black man throws him and definitely other black men under the bus. Oh, they love it. They damn near orgasm. So if you say, you know what, you know what, this was a great date and it was great hearing you speak and I see you doing great things with your life, but I just realized you're kind of the life you're in, the way you're headed, kind of out of my price range. I don't know if I could keep up. You know, your trajectory and mine are just. She hear that once, she gonna call her homegirls and brag about it. That's after Pookie is done trampolining in her, the Pookie that's out the house right now, right? She hear that twice, you know, it reinforces the first time she heard it. She loving it. She heard three times. Okay, yeah. Oh, it's really that. She hear it four times, five times. Uh-oh. Huh? She heard seven times, 10, 12 times, especially if she's in her quote unquote 304 season. And yes, I saw it. I'm gonna do a whole separate stream about those women talking about their 304 season. Huh? She's dating around. She's trying to meet quote unquote suitable suitors. She's trying to meet a suitable suitor, and she just keeps on running into black men. Let the white men have them, dear black men. She's running into black men that continuously tell her she's essentially just out of a price range. You don't think she's gonna feel a certain way about that? We're doing exactly what you love, ladies. We're throwing ourselves under the bus for you. We're complimenting you. We're encouraging you, right? Yeah. Huh? Black men, get out of your ego and let these women eat their debt by themselves. Don't let her get the marry you, get the baby from you, get a modicum of stability under her belt, and then divorce you in 5 years. Because that's the play for black women. And for white women and Latinas, it's more like 7 to 10 years, 8 to 10 years. That's the play. We already know in the trope is correct. The women don't want the marriage, they want the wedding. The women don't want the marriage, they want the wedding. Stop letting these women use us as safety nets. In case of emergency, break glass husband. Huh? In case of emergency, break glass sugar daddy. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. Boyfriend. Whoopsie. Huh? Dear black men, stop letting these ladies not be deliberate with how they speak to you. Look, I'm in debt. I find you attractive. You're cool. Let's negotiate something. I've enjoyed these past few dates. Let's negotiate something. If she ain't doing that, y'all saw the clip on Deathstrokes channel. I might review it also. With a sister in the car, and she said, all right, you know what? I'll do 50-50. All right, come on, let's do 50-50. All right, I can't do this no more. Yeah, what happened? What happened to all the swag and black girl swag and the bravado? What happened? Uh-oh. Huh? And Allspat says Biden is withdrawing his broad student loan forgiveness plans that were set to cancel debt for over 38 million borrowers. Business Insider. There you go. It's done. You know, I listened to, and I'm still coming back around to the topic. Once again, shout out to Chief Rocco who sponsored this. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I listened to Jason Black's stream the other day, and he spoke about um, Trump and JD Vance and Trump's family, et cetera, et cetera. And he gave me some things to think about, right? What I will say, still, when you look at JD Vance, when you look at Trump, but really JD Vance and his ilk of conservatives, they are, and I really do smell the red pill white guy on JD Vance. I'm not joking when I say that. I really do think this guy is going to maneuver the mechanisms in place to make it real difficult for women to do their strong, independent thing. And it's not about black women, but it's going to devastate black women. Huh? I still stand on that. Jason Black gave me a bunch of other things to think about, but as long as JD Vance is VP and Trump goes along with certain things, even if he claims it's his idea, I do think we're going to get to a world in the near future where you just can't afford to be single, particularly as a woman, and you have some decisions to make. Bridge Golden Girl's life, parents indefinitely, or trying to tuck yourself under a man. Huh? Say, this is what I'm saying, Ghost Matic. And Ghost Matic says JD Vance wants to make these 304s kneel before Zod, right? And I see the when he did it too, the little hand movement he did when he did it. And Ghost Matic says hashtag winner is here. Rest in peace, Kevin. Right? And so you tie that to the loan forgiveness. Shout out to Allsped. The loan forgiveness that isn't going through now, and the ladies are going to have some decisions to make, and they're going to be looking like the young lady that Kevin, I'm not Kevin, sorry, Coach Greg Adams covered that was crying. Oh, the humanity, right? Shout out to Coach Greg Adams. That oh the humanity drop, that messed me up every time. Hysterical, huh? The ladies are gonna have to, or they can suffer in silence with a smile on their face, really with a growl on their face, resting B face, if we're gonna be honest. They can suffer in silence while doing their Golden Girls thing or being at mom's house indefinitely. I want to say parents, but let's be honest, mom's house indefinitely. And listen to Chrissy. Listen to Chrissy tell you. I tell average and below average looking black women that if you can't practice hypergamy, it's better that you be alone. And I don't care. I don't care. You can listen to Chrissy, or you can listen to Real Talk with Yanni. What's the incentive? I want to be a captain of leisure. Huh? You can listen to them while you're struggling, or you can make a deal with a man, probably black man if you're a black woman. Let's be honest. Huh? Wow. See, and Mr. Shook to you says, I don't believe it's about hindering women, but not allowing them to progress standing on the shoulders of the men they will eventually poop on. Yeah. Yeah. But once again, this is the thing, Mr. Shook to you, that is hindering them. Like I get what you're saying, understand what I'm saying, but that is hindering them. They wouldn't have a place to stand if they weren't standing on the men's shoulders. The men pay more in taxes and take less out. The men are the ones that do the hard physical labor. The men, through taxes, are subsidizing the same college educated women to give them the middle finger. Huh? The women are literally standing on the shoulders of the men. If you remove the shoulders of the men, if the men throw her off, you are hindering her. She has nowhere else to stand. Huh? She has nowhere else to stand. It's your shoulders or nothing. It's men's shoulders or nothing. The only problem is that the women that got beside themselves and they swear they're not actually standing on your shoulders. And men like JD Vance said, all right, let's see. You think you stand on the ground? Let's see. You think you can do this on your own? Let's see. Huh? That's the whole thing. Mr. Shook to you, we're watching it now. Give me a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. Right? The women don't have nowhere else to stand. It's your shoulders or nothing. 62% of black women are single. What a coinky dink that black women have the least amount of wealth in America. This is Fraser's whole argument. What a coinky dink. Black women have 8 cents to the white man's dollar. The majority of black women that hit million and the majority of women that ever become millionaires is because of their husbands. Huh? So black women could talk all this crap all they want. Mr. Shook to you, they have nowhere else to go. There's nowhere else to stand but on the shoulders of the men. At least yesteryear, our some of our mothers, but definitely our grandmothers and our great grandmothers knew they were standing on the shoulders of their husbands and of the men in general, black men specifically. They still had low boiling level of contempt, but they knew they were standing on the shoulders of the men. These newfangles then got beside themselves and they actually think they're standing on the ground. Thank you, Naima. JD Vance to single women. You want to bet? Let's see. And that's why you hear more and more of them talking about this goddamn benevolent patriarchy. They know what they're saying. Huh? They can't do it. First of all, we live in a society and we are human beings. Human beings are social creatures. We live in a society, and we're all reliant on each other to a certain extent. So that strong independent stuff is a bunch of gobbledygook crap anyway, if we're gonna go there. And Saint Cyr say that. And Saint Cyr says that includes home ownership too, Z. These 304s are divorcing the men and taking the homes. Yeah, and that's because they watch their sister in try to do this by themselves and get evicted. Huh? Huh? Where the women are easily easier to propagandize in that way. I'm not saying the men can't be propagandized. That's a lie. And Saint Cyr says, Z, the thing is the men that see excuse me, Z, the thing is the men see that the deal isn't worth it. All women, regardless of race, have drank the Kool-Aid. Now you have the rise of MGTOW. I know how it's said, but YouTube and Passport Bros because of it. Yes, right. Oh boy, huh? The ladies have nowhere else to stand, Mister Shiktu, but on the shoulders of the men. We put more in taxes. We take out less. We are the majority of police officers, military. Period. Name the hard labor job. Majority of tech. Name it. Mr. Z has no problem with, unlike everyone else, I don't have a problem with women in the soft sciences. I don't think there should be a monopoly of them in the soft sciences. I know they're hiding out in the soft sciences. Uh oh. Huh? But let's be very clear. You rise and fall off of the men. Everything after the birth of that boy is on the men. Shout out to all the women. Well, we're the ones who give birth. Yeah, and everything after that is on us. Goddamn, Z, I said it. Huh? And so the ladies have been doing their own thing, and we're watching them go further and further down into student loan debt, credit card debt, consumer debt. Huh? You imagine buying a whole house as a single woman who doesn't plan on being married and having children, who your husband's gonna let's buy okay, fine. You bought your own home and then you meet some man and he proposed and what happened? What he's gonna move into your house? Uh-oh. Huh? You see how this doesn't work? You see how this doesn't work? Right? Now what? And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Now what? This was never gonna work for the ladies. Ladies, this was never gonna work for you. With about 30% of y'all being somewhere between $30,000 and $50,000 in student loan debt, and 16% of y'all, 15 and a half, 16% of you being $70,000 in student loan debt and above. This was never gonna work. Huh? Almost $1 trillion combined in student loan debt the women hold. Huh? Black women, 12 years after the beginning of paying off their student loan debts, they're on average 13% more in student loan debt. You imagine? Why? Because they're following behind the white women who are 26 years old saying, "But I'm still a girl." And there's a whole trend of that on TikTok. I'm just a girl. Be whole early 30s. I'm just a girl. Dear black men in particular. I don't know about the white dudes or the Asians or Latinos, but definitely for you as black men, ooh, black men, you imagine being 26 years old saying I'm just a boy and not be LGBTQ. Maybe the LGBTQ brothers could get away with that. You imagine being a straight black man, being 26 years old, saying I'm just a boy. First of all, your uncle or your dad might sleep you. Maybe one of your cousins. Number one. Number two, your friends and partners them gonna be laughing at your ass. Number three, people are gonna start questioning your sexuality. I'm just a boy at 26. Boy, if you don't bring me that wheelbarrow so we can hurry up and dig this, huh? Wow. And this is true, Better You. And Better You says they call you just a male to disavow your humanity. That's true. That's true. You imagine? Wow. I'm just a boy at 26. Huh. But Arrested Development, everyone, right? And black women in specific are to stay losing because they don't really appreciate how the white women are playing the game and how some of the Latinas are playing the game and how the Asian women are playing the game. They're playing the game. If it benefits me, maybe it's not patriarchy. Maybe it's just a helping hand. That white girl sit it flat like that. That white woman sit it flat like that. We tried to tell them, dear black men, dear black manosphere, Mr. Z tried to tell FD Signifier, huh? Mr. Z tried to say it. This is what the women are on. He minimized it when I said, nah, y'all don't really get it. The women are playing patriarchy by feminist specifications. You think that that's just a small subsect of women. You think that's just a minority. No, that's the majority that's on that. The problem is y'all in y'all little leftist bubbles with a handful of LGBTQ women and queer women and quote unquote progressive women. And so you don't really appreciate that. I would argue the majority of women, once again, namely the white women, are on some, if it benefits me, it's not patriarchy. Maybe it's just a helping hand. And that's conservative and liberal white women that be on that. Huh? And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. KMS says, if women want partnership, yep. If women want partnership, not marriage, and want us to invest in them, then women are ishy investments, right? I'll take on a wife, but a partner gotta produce. A partner gotta produce every quarter. There you go. And I get it, ladies. I get it. You are angry at the world. You feel like you were lied to. You feel like you were bamboozled. And I get it. Like I was next to you in class. I watched many of the same television shows you watched. Now this social media thing done changed the entire world because now y'all can curate your own realities. So I don't know what y'all watch. Well, I don't know everything y'all watching on social media. All this delusional ass talk y'all watching from white women and Latina women and Asian women and black women, the manifestos of the world, the real talk with Yannies of the world, all this insanity y'all watching on social media. Huh? But I get it. Y'all are angry. Y'all feel like y'all were lied to. Let Z tell you. I'll be the first one to admit y'all were. Once again, wait a minute. Is that the Raj report? Wait, the Raj report is walking around with a banner. What does that banner say, everyone? Wait, what does that banner say? We got to hold you accountable for what you believe in. Goddamn, goddamn, huh? But I will admit, ladies, I was. Y'all gives you a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Actually, y'all gives you a second to go. Oh, wait, to come back to get to where we needed it to be. No, it did not. Y'all gives you a second. Y'all gives you a second. Wait a minute, everyone. Wait a minute. Actually, it did. It kind of, maybe. All right, that's weird. Um, yeah, everyone. So, yeah, no, what? Give me a second. Oh, yeah, the investments. Okay, yeah, no. See, are women ishy investments? I would argue probably most for most men. I mean, it's 50-50% chance that she divorced unless you're high enough in class that it's not worth divorcing you. Check those marriage first. Check the divorce statistics and see who's getting married. And y'all know Mr. Z loves to say it, and who's staying married. The women are using this partnership word, the partnership word, because they get to play one foot in and one foot out. It's patriarchy by feminine specifications, by that young lady's own words, right? Wife is a role. The women don't want to play the wife role. It's too limiting for them. It's too constraining. Huh? Fine then. Eat that single life then. Huh? Eat that single life then. So we know that the men are paying more in taxes. We know that what the men are providing this society. We're not saying the women are not providing anything. We're not doing that. What we are saying is we've reached a market cap of extracting as much from the men as humanly possible and telling them to get it how they live. Well, everything's gonna be a gamble for you. Huh? You leave the toilet seat up one too many times if she want to divorce and leave your ass, that's what will happen. Huh? Y'all reached the market cap of telling these young men to make good, honest women out of your wayward ass daughters who are $100,000+ in student loan debt. Absolutely not. Who are 30 and 50 and $70,000 in student loan debt. Absolutely not. Huh? Y'all gives you a second. You already know. Reckless streams. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. You already know. Y'all gives you a second. All right, yo. But yeah, we talking about student loan debt. The women in student loan debt. We have a slight guess, everyone. But no, we talking about them ladies in student loan debt. Your lady got student loan debt? No, your lady. Oh, you're lucky. You're lucky, right? Right. My apologies, y'all. But yeah, so yeah, no, the student loan debt. This is gonna keep on kicking them in the rear end, and they don't want to get on our program anyway. So I'm like, let them eat cake. Right. It was crazy listening to BGS. Forget that I was Marie Antoinette the other day. By the way, I was like Marie Antoinette BGS. Right. I guess there is a thing of having so much knowledge that you forget the simple things sometimes. Right. Actually, I'm reading through you guys' comments. Wait a minute. I didn't even get away with saying something. That damn goofy 19. I blame Gwen Stefani. Saint Cyr said he blamed Gwen Stefani for making the song "Just a Girl," right? Huh. Give me a second. But yeah, KMS. No, I think the system is really trying to extract as much from the men as humanly possible. I don't think they expected us to get to where we are with this level of consciousness this early in the game, right? I think social media and the internet changed the game. I think that's why they want to take their mics, take black men in particular mics. They're calling us with the podcast bros, especially after the election. They definitely want to shut you up. They definitely want you to shut you up because we were not supposed to be this aware. We were supposed to marry or attempt to court or let their daughters baby trap us, um, marry their daughters and let their daughters divorce us in 5 to 8 to 10 years and take as much on the way out the door as humanly possible. That's what was supposed to happen. And too many of us are not there. And that's what's driving them crazy. Right? That's what's driving them crazy. And it's hurting the system. That's what I was saying earlier. 62% of black women are single, and that's one of the reasons why they have 8 cents of the white man's dollar. Mhm. The least amount of wealth in America, and they're drowning in student loan debt. Right? They're drowning in student loan debt. They don't want to get on no one's program. They don't want to get on a black man's program. Definitely, that's for sure. Right? And Cyrus Berg says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Says high level risky pettiness. Tell her you can't afford her after she sees your house or nice spot. Hysterical. Might get your place burned down though. Don't do that. Don't tempt them like that. First of all, you don't want her to know where you live. Rule number one, right? Rule number one, you don't want her to know where you live, right? Cyrus, that's rule number one. Don't ever let any of these girls that's not a serious girlfriend or wife know where you live. If y'all just smashing, make sure to do that at a telly, right? For the love of God, do not let them know where you live. If you still live at home with your parents, if you got a roommate, if you live with a sibling, whatever you do, do not let that happen. Oh boy, right? That's a recipe for disaster. Especially if some chick that you date and you about to flex on, right? But yeah, no, the telling her that you can't afford her, I really mean that. Dear black men, it's okay to tell these women that you can't afford them. If they want to flex and brag about their nice lifestyle, they want to pull a Lisa Ray, right? And talk about what you can't afford, train tracks, train tracks, train tracks, and how she doesn't want to hurt your little wallet, break your little wallet. You know what? You're right. Stay single then, just like Lisa Ray, right in your late 50s. Huh? I'm all about black men in this case. In this case, fake and humble, right? I'm really about that because that's what it really is. Huh? Or if the ladies want to brag about how well they're doing and you can't afford them, you know what? You're right. I hope that you can find the guy that can, right? Especially for those women that $700,000 in student loan debt. That lady did find a man, and he was $40,000 in debt. I think all his debt combined 40 some odd thousand, and he's about to marry a woman who's $750,000 in student loan debt. Oh yeah, dental, dental, but still $700,000 in student loan debt though. That's a really nice house. Thank you. Right now what? Yeah, right. You'll marry your lady if she told you she was seven. How's she gonna knock that down, bro? That's a bro. That's a $750,000 mortgage. That take people 30 some odd years to pay off if they make that type of money. Man, most of us ain't even gonna get approved for that. Trying to get a house. I mean, if she's dental, then she gonna be making some good money, but she still gotta pay off $750,000. Thank you. And then this dude who's only $40,000 in debt completely, all his debt, 40,000. 40, I think he said 40, 46, something like that. That's manageable. That's not the end of the world. He about to marry her. Bruh. Hey, you know what's gonna happen, right? How long you think that marriage gonna last?
It depends how she treats
him. Bruh, how she treat him? Men file for divorce?
I did.
Yeah. No, I'm saying that's like 30%. That's 20%.
Oh, when she
she gonna be the one divorced. I'm saying she.
No, when you ever pay it out.
Thank you. Hey, once that thing drop down to something manageable, maybe
you know
once
what?
that bitch come down to like 60 grand or
You know
something,
what?
40, 50 grand. Oh, she out. She out. She gonna peel off on his ass. You said change in the air. Hey, bro. Hey, Buddy Rose said this on Dave Ramsey's show. I don't know if you know who Dave Ramsey is. The chubby white dude, he be talking about finances and investments and all this other stuff, and he's like a money guy. Anyway, bro, dude called in, said that to him, and Dave Ramsey face palmed and said, I don't think you realize what you just said. And like you could hear the guy nervous laugh, like nervous giggle on the phone. And like because I don't really think he really didn't realize what I think he get it. Like when you get it, but you don't really appreciate the weight. Like he gets it clearly. This is his life, but I don't like. And you're about to marry her, so you want her, but she's a money pit, bro.
Fuck that, a money well.
Money well. Right? Decisions. Well, I don't know, bro. You can't even tell her you're gonna help her pay it off. It's $750,000, bro. I'm guessing if she's in dental school, I'm guessing, and y'all messing around, y'all probably. I'm trying to figure out what type of money he make for her to be messing with him, and he's thinking about marrying her. But let's be very clear: dental school, you're probably not a $60,000-$70,000 a year dude, and if you are, she gonna leave your ass. Oh, she gonna leave your ass. You ain't even gonna be able to help her pay off that debt. She leaving your ass. She getting married to you now. Y'all gonna spend a few years married. Maybe she got a baby out of you, and she leaving your ass. She gonna marry one of them doctors. She gonna marry one of them doctors. You the starter husband. You the one for love. She out the door in about 5, maybe 7 years, 10 years max. If she still got her looks about her, yeah, she gone, bro. She gone. Ain't no way. No. Thank you, Mr. Shukti. You said 40 for a man is probably just a car note. Thank you. Something like that, right? Something manageable, something understandable. It's not the end of the world. That's crazy work. Bro, that's crazy work. Because that was so shout out to Chief Rocker. One of my subbies sent me a a super chat. He asked me to cover this like 2 months ago. I was late, but and it was covering a sister that's $250,000 in student loan debt. Business Insider covered it. $250,000 in student loan debt, but she got a PhD. So okay, cool. But can't get a job though. That's the kitchen. Can't get a job. And so I started reading articles and watching YouTube clips and different things. Bruh, at 250, I was like, God damn, that's a lot of debt. That wasn't nothing, bro. Another one, a lady was $528,000 in student loan debt. And then I came across this one that called it a Dave's Ramsey, and the future fiance called in. And he's the one who was like, yeah, my fiance is 700 some odd $1,000 in student loan debt. Bro, and there's a bunch of clips off of TikTok where the women are talking about and they're showing you their debt papers, so they're not even making it up. They showing you the shit. $128,000 in student loan debt. The 128, bro.
That's crazy.
128. 200. One of the ladies showed 300 and some odd thousand. Bruh, the crazy type of debt. I got another clip where one of the girls is crying. She's just straight up bawling, crying. The other one of these white girls said, "I'm essentially she might go sugar babying."
Man, ain't no Mike. That's the whole second and third option.
Y'all heard that? Say that again. Say that again.
That's their second and third option.
It ain't no Mike.
No matter what happens in life, they want a sugar baby.
That's always on the table.
Right.
The vagina always.
They come from when you gonna call that.
Oh, I just want you to know this is not a Madisford guy, and you heard what he said. You heard what he said. Look, we be knowing. That's they go to. Hey, she said that, and oh, this is the one. This is what she said. This is the one I really want you to tell me what you think. Same homegirl said, if it benefits me, it's not patriarchy, it's a helping hand. Y'all should see his face.
That's crazy.
Hey, but that's a white girl. That's why I be getting mad at sisters. I'm like, do y'all understand who y'all dealing with? Them women don't really mean that feminist crap. White women don't ever mean that crap.
No, feminists for all. They only want it for them.
But here's the thing. The way I see it is, if a good-looking enough dude with enough money walk by, he could be as oppressive as he want to be. She going. Now she might try to figure out a way to get the money and maybe leave, but more likely she going as she's staying.
She got good with. They got good with a compartment.
You see what I'm saying? So she could pop off all that feminist crap all she want, but this white girl straight up told, bro, that white girl straight up said it. She straight up said it, bro. She said, I can have my debt paid off to her words, bro. I can have my debt paid off tomorrow if I was sugar babying. And she wasn't ugly. She was all right looking white girl. She was slim enough.
But I hate when they try to say it like they saving us, like they trying to save us from something. Just go ahead. They be saying like
it's like they threatening us,
bro. Like, I can have a nigga with money if I want
to. She really was like that's what she was on. It's funny you said that. It's funny you said that.
They do that,
bro. When she said that got me. But what really got me was the if it benefits me, is it really patriarchy or is it a helping hand? When she said that, I was like, I knew that's what y'all was on. I'm so glad she said that. I'm so glad she said that, bro. Hey, the honesty, bro. That's why I be saying let them talk. Okay. All right. All right, y'all. That was right. All right, y'all. That was my guest. Oh man. He's not even manosphere. Y'all heard the first thing out of his mouth when I said the white girl that made the sugar baby comment. He said that's their second and third. She might sugar baby. That's their second and third go to. Y'all heard that? He's not initiated. Now what? Huh? And he's not initiated. Shout out to all you weirdo leftists that don't understand what women are on and what they're doing. Huh? Because especially you really blue pill leftists, y'all the worst. All they did was use your concepts of equality against the men and get you to make the men subsidize them for the past few decades. And the men said no more. Now what? Now your daughters are $500,000 in student loan debt. And that's what? Huh? Huh? But yeah, going back to Cyrus. Cyrus, whatever you do not let these chicks know where you live. Huh? Especially if you're gonna flex on her. Especially if you're gonna tell her you can't afford her, but she know you can. Huh? And I do think it is a good thing that we start to tell these ladies this. We can't afford you. You know what? You're right. We cannot. Huh? Instead of telling them we don't want to pay for you, you're not worth the squeeze. The juice is not worth the squeeze. Put the onus on you. You know what? I can't afford you. You see all those women when they try to humble brag, especially black women are good for it. Whenever they're on these podcasts and shows, that I had a number of exes who called me years later and said, you know what, you helped to level me up, and why is it that you do for these men and they level up on you and they go find somebody else, and they're always trying to find some, once again, empowerment language ass way of dealing with their missteps and their mess ups and their miscalculations and their snarkiness and rudeness and selfishness and short-sightedness. Z, could you do this forever? Yes, I can. So to black men, I say, put the onus on you. Tell the ladies, you know what, you right. I can't afford you. I can't. You're out of my price range. I wish you luck. Have you ever considered white men? Huh? And on that note, let's pause for a second. Shout out to Jason Black yesterday. I listened to his like I said, I was listening to his show, and he was speaking about he went into his ADOS bag, and first let me say this. So I came to terms with this a very long time ago that it was black first. That's why Mr. Z speaks the way he does, right? That's why you don't really see any conflict in me, number one. And I agree with Jason Black, where you're gonna have to put the backs of black immigrants and the children of black immigrants that were born here. You're gonna have to put their backs to the wall and make them decide publicly, right? If they're black first or Jamaican first, if they're black first or Nigerian first, if they're black first or Haitian first, if they're black first or Somalian first, if they're black first or Eritrean first, if they're black first or Ethiopian first, if they're black first or South African first, if they're black first or Kenyan first, etc., etc. I agree with him on that. But something that he said, and all of us from the Northeast, when he said this, it ain't 100% true, but it's pretty goddamn true. When he said it's like a rite of passage for Caribbean black women to sleep with a white man. Oh man, ooh. All of us that ever been to the Northeast multiple times or spent long summers and winters in the Northeast, and definitely all of you who were born and raised in the Northeast. Ooh, but he said Caribbean. Nah, throw them African sisters under the bus too. Them too. Them most. Them more. Shout out to all my Africans. Y'all know it's true. Goddamn, y'all know it's true. Y'all know it's true. If the white men will go, those women will go. The only reason more sisters ain't over there with the white dudes is because the white dudes ain't checking. Somebody tells you he's wrong. Gee, what that got to do with the topic? Student loan debt, goddamn. They trying to bargain the box for the student loan debt. And it fails most of the time. Goddamn. Whoopsie. Huh? They trying to bargain the box for the student loan debt. Huh? Somebody tells you he lying. When Jason Black said that the other night, I was like, ooh, say that. Say that. This is why Mr. Z walked in the door saying the internet will expose us all. They hate that we have microphones. Do y'all understand that they hate that we have microphones? That's why Hillary Clinton was talking about the internet and all of this our Russian news and propaganda and all this other stuff. You hear the small hats. That's one of the reasons why they want to get rid of TikTok, is because they can't curate and manipulate the information anymore. Right? They don't have a monopoly on the information or the dissemination of information anymore, right? They hate that we have mics now. They hate it. They can't get the men to move the way they want them to move like that anymore. They can't get us to fall for all of the crap that the those folks over there with their little, excuse me, slice of Europe in the Middle East, what they selling, huh? They can't get us to be paymasters for their wayward ass daughters anymore and say, yeah, that's a real man. You're a real man. All the others aren't real men. We understand that for what it really is. You're a trick. Huh? Huh? And not only are you a trick, some men would sign up for the trick life. You a trick and you ain't even gonna get nothing from it, or you're gonna get very little. Huh? That whole it ain't tricking if you got it. No, it's still tricking. It's even worse when you get very little for it, if anything at all. And Big Mo says, damn, it's true. I've dated Caribbean girls, and in their 20s, they all slept with white men. I told. Let me say this. I told y'all this. I've said it before. Black women in this loyalty talk is crap. It's crap. It's always been crap. It's never been their loyalty. And women of color in general, it's never been their loyalty. It's whether the non-black guy, particularly for black women, but for women of color, it's whether the white guy in particular would marry them or not. It's never been their loyalty. For black women in specific, right? Number one. Number two, black women think that the masses of us don't know about their little liaison with their white male coworker or their Latino male coworker or their white boss or the Latino mechanic, right? The white landlord, the Latino landlord, the small hat landlord, the Arab Persian landlord. Black women think we don't know about Habib's son, the swaggy Middle Eastern guy. They think we don't know that she done gave him the box. Huh? They think we don't know. So they claim loyalty to black men, but they think you don't know that Habib done been in there before. Huh? That the small hat been there before. And because they think we don't know, they talk to us with this fake loyalty talk. It's never been black women's loyalty. Does that mean that there are not black women that they not touching no white man? They're not attracted to anyone but a black man. Those women exist. They actually do. But let's be very clear. It's not nearly as many as the black community likes to portray it as. Huh? Not nearly as many. Really, a lot of people are fronting and lying in the black community for black women because no one wants to be honest that black women are out here being the fun toy for a lot of non-black folks. Notice what I didn't say. I didn't just say non-black men. I said non-black folks. Ooh, how many of y'all done munched on and got munched on by non-black women, ladies? Uh-oh, that's hysterical. Better you, huh? That's the truth of the matter. A lot of people. Hey, man, Jason Black bought that up, and I knew I was doing this stream, y'all. If y'all seen when I posted the thumbnail, and I was just considering to myself when he said those nurses, those Caribbean nurses, all in New York, and when Jason Black says New York, really read the Northeast, all Connecticut, Jersey, Massachusetts, huh? All through Pennsylvania, all of it, the Northeast, Maryland, those Caribbean and African sisters. If the white man will go, she'll go. If the white man will go, she'll go. And as Jason Black said, he don't got to be no upper echelon white dude either. If he's upper echelon white dude, that's a plus. She'll go with a working class white dude. If he'll go, she'll go. Right? Right? And why does that matter? The women are bargaining and bartering. I'm not saying they didn't want to go there anyway, but they're really trying to get someone to help them with this life. The financial aspect of life that they bit off way too much. Huh, there's a pun in there. Huh? Like he said, if you're a nurse, you're in your early 30s, mid 30s, you sitting on $180,000 of student loan debt, 90, $120,000 of student loan debt, and the tall, I don't even have to add chisel chin. The tall, dark white doctor, huh, is giving you googly eyes. Let's be honest, he's not the one coming on to you. You're the one coming on to him. There's a pun in there somewhere. Huh? See, that's I'm so glad Jason Black said it because we all knew it. It's not just the Caribbean. It's let's be honest. I've said it. Let me just go ahead and rip the band-aid off for all of us men of color. White, middle class, and above dudes could pretty much pipe any woman they want. God forbid he's actually good looking. He could pretty much pipe with it. If he's a stable and above white guy, he could pretty much pipe whatever chick he wants. I've been around the blue collar guys, I've worked with them. I've been around the white collar guys, I've worked with them. Now, class only makes it better for them. Their chances even become better. Their income, there's some pun in there, only increases their chance. Their class and income only increases their chance with women of color. But if they're stable and above as a white guy and they're not hideous, oh, it's a wrap. If he want that woman of color, he could probably get her. 8.5 out of 10, he could probably get her. Huh? And GC says, no sympathy for the white cells. They know. If y'all remember, and I said, I think, who was it that called into one of these white INCLS channels? I purposely spelled it out, everyone. I purposely spelled it out. One of these brothers called in and he straight up was saying to the white guys, BGS done heard it before. He was saying it to, look, white guys, these black women will go. They'll go. They won't give you the attitude you see them give black men. They won't, they're open to you. He said the same thing that sister off of TikTok said. Look, y'all don't know how many of these black women like y'all and want y'all. And the white guys in the comments were flaming him. And not so much him, they were flaming black women. If we're gonna be honest, they were flaming black women in the comments. And it was all the racist tropes. It was all the black women, y'all want to call black men sexist and racist and colorist. It was all of the racist, sexist tropes. All of the well-built talk, all of the elephant-built talk, all of the, all of it. This had to be, what, 3 years ago, give or take? Huh? But Gil Gami, of course. And Gil Gami says, you see this phenomenon here in Canada as well. Similarly, in Europe, France, UK, Germany, Belgium, not many marriages though. Z, of course not. Of course not. That's why I don't know how much different African women are claiming loyalty to African men, but in the Black American community, and that's Americanized black women and obviously alias FBA black women. Oh, they claim this loyalty to black men. Meanwhile, what you don't know is a year ago, for about 6 to 9 months, she was the little trampoline for her white male coworker. Huh? Meanwhile, what you don't know is the Indian store owner, that corner store, the Indian store owner, his 26-year-old son. Oh, he didn't pogo stick all up and down that black girl down the street. Huh? Right? And y'all give me 1 second. Trying to make sure we see some of these comments that I missed earlier. Give me a second, y'all. Just going through your comments. Going through your comments. Oh, they're married. True, true, true. And Mr. Shook to you says, oh, nosy, they're married. That 750K belongs to him just as much as her. Oh, man. Right? St. Cyr says, Z co-worker on it too. Yeah, he's not initiated, but we know we're black men. We know what it is. As Naaman said, she's a financial black hole, right? Wow. I'm just reading through you guys' comment. Mr. Shook to you says she would need to pay 100K for 10 years straight to put a dent into that loan. Who sees that happening, bro? Say that, man. Yeah, that from the article. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And Gilgami says it is somewhat ironic that someone with a business degree has so much debt yet doesn't have much work experience. BBAs, yeah, don't require a master's to begin their career and earn money. Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm just reading through you guys' comments. This is a good comment. And Nubarian says, black women from immigrant backgrounds worship white men in the open, while FBA, Foundational Black American women, worship them on the low because they might get checked. Yeah, I think that's changing though. I think FBA women are more and more out and out doing it it is because they really want this. And I want to be very clear, dear black men, this is not about you developing some type of inferiority complex. We're not going to turn you into the black woman equivalent, right? This isn't even about that individual white man. I want to be very clear about why Mr. Z brings this up often. It's to dispel the myth of actually you being the problem, dear black men. This is not about you and what you haven't done. This is not about what black men of yesteryear have done or haven't done. This is about women of color specifically, black women even more specifically, in their status chase. They said, to hell with white supremacy, to hell with the colonial past, the neo-colonialism, to hell with this kind of European, white American, European, oppressive system, this American-led white oppressive system. They said to hell with all that. We're just trying to be with whoever's winning, and those guys are winning, so that's where we going. We don't care, right? So a lot of this is also to spite black men. The open worship of white men, it's not about that individual white man, as I was saying before. It's about what white men represent in these women's minds. And what white men represent is the man. That's what he represents, right? So yeah, no, I agree with you about how FBA women tend to worship white men on the low, right? And I think there's something also maybe in them that knows more than likely that situation will fail. So the last thing you want to do is box yourself out of any situation with a man because you so openly worship white men and they done kicked you off of Mount Kilimanjaro. They kicked you off of Mount Kilimanjaro, and so now that you so openly worship them, you're pretty much stuck because black men ain't checking for you. Like you can find wayward brothers, but it's usually not gonna be any brother worth a damn. But I think a lot of children of immigrant backgrounds, I'll say this to y'all as a Haitian descent. Some of them get it, some of them don't. Some of them really have bought into respectability politics and excuse me, their immigrant background and their education now means that they supersede the racial hierarchy that black Americans are stuck on the bottom of. I'm saying this to y'all, don't ever expect them to articulate it. Very few will actually articulate it. Let me say it better. Right? But many, I would argue, particularly for the Caribbean, I would say for Africans being around enough, it's not said exactly like that, but it really is this belief that if you move the right way, then your education and your class and the way you carry yourself and your different last name, your different surname will elevate you enough for you not to be stuck with the anti-black American stereotypes. The stereotypes that other folks have about black Americans. Well, if you don't listen to hip hop and you don't speak this way, and we sent you to these type of schools, and you emphasize your Yoruba background or your Igbo background or whatever background, your Hausa background, your Zulu background, right? Your Fulani background. If you emphasize that, if you emphasize your Jamaican background, your Haitian background, then you will not be stuck with the stereotype. And ain't not, I'm telling you this because I've seen it in a couple of cousins. Ain't nothing hurt these Negroes more than when they get that goddamn G check. It cripple them. It could be something as small as a little sideways comment, and usually that's what it is. Huh? It crushes them. Huh? And I'm gonna be honest with y'all. That's because there are too many immigrants, black immigrants too, who completely bought into the idea that no, it's the black Americans. The black Americans, they have bad culture. It's the black Americans. And if it's really race, then why am I? I'm black. I'm black. Why am I doing okay? Why are my kids in going to these schools? And why are they doing okay? Huh? And they pray for the day that their sons are not Botham G or Kai Gurley or the sister, the African sister that was in Yale, and the white girl go flex power on her and call the cops on her ass for falling asleep in the common room. Huh? Huh? Just saying. Let me see. Gilgamesh said so much so that it is illegal to overtly seek paternity certification there. They know the society would crash. Let me see. What was your previous comment? Because that's probably in context of something. Yeah, similarly in France, actually, no surprise wondering when English-speaking ninjas end up in France like that. Okay, let's see. Hmm. Yeah. Uh-huh. And Mr. Shiggy said, working class white men only need a Caesar fade, tattoos, and a beard, and it's a wrap. Right? They don't even need the tattoos. The tattoos are a plus. They don't even need to do something that permanent. the Caesar fade and a beard, it's done. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Because for them, that's their excursion out. And Ishmael says, but here's the thing, Z, that black women will never admit. They have no issue with it. Non-black men just sleeping with them. They have no issue with being fetishized by white men. Yeah, no, you're right about that. I would argue you're right about that. I would argue you're right. Once again, it's not. This is not exclusively a black women thing, women of color thing, but definitely for black women, I would agree with that. I would agree with most black women that would entertain that being okay with that because they're going to lie to themselves about what it is anyway, or they're going to find some way to blame Jermaine. See, at least he acknowledged my presence. At least he acknowledged my. What did, as a matter of fact, ooh, that's perfect. Thank you for that, Ishmael. If you remember, and it's somewhere in my community tab. Ole stream with FD Signifier, with Quaytan, with Herbie, with Foreign Man in a Foreign Land. Who else was on there? It was another brother or sister that was on there, right? And when Ole was explaining to everyone the divestors and the people that she's gone back and forth, these women that she's gone back and forth with, black women that she has gone back and forth with on social media. Ole told you she was going back and forth with a young lady or a lady that said, "Yeah, and these men, you don't have to chase after them, and they chase after me, and they validate me." I'm paraphrasing, but they validate me, and they treat me like I'm worthy, huh? Right? What is Z saying? Z is saying, rephrasing or reframing what that young lady said. Better yet, reframing. What is she saying? It doesn't matter if they fetishize me. At least they treat me for the 5 seconds I'm being fetishized. I feel alive. uh, by the way, we Chief Rocker, we ain't too far off the topic. We still talking about that debt and what they're willing to do to get it paid off. Huh? We still talking about much of what's incentivizing them to act the way they do, the lifestyle, huh? How Sarge Willie Pete says it, the lifestyle provided by Grant Wellington III. Thank you. Choose me, pick me. Yeah, yeah, yep. Charles, I think she actually did say that. Charles watched the same thing. I think she did. I think Ole said that she did say that. They choose me, they pick me. Yeah, yeah, I think she did. Ole did say the young lady wrote that, right? If I remember correctly, yeah, I think you're right. And Telescope says, let's not forget about that segment of the immigrant congregation contingent, sorry, that see the lay of the land here anti-ADOS racism, but opt to take advantage of it. Yes, that's a real thing. That's a real thing, right? But the problem with the black immigrants is you can't actually go all the way with it, come because you still marred by blackness. You still marred. You still wearing the same jersey color. You just refuse to accept it. You're still wearing the same jersey, and you can't rise above this. I see all of y'all trying to make a mad dash for the white. I promise you. I listen. Short. The only thing that might be skewing that number is military. So let me say this real quick. I promise you, if you remove military officers of black folks marrying white folks, I promise you, it's all immigrants and children of immigrants in America. Black folks we're talking about, mostly marrying white folks. I put money it's that. As a child of immigrants, I'm telling you, I promise you, if you removed military officers, if you remove the military, I promise you it'll either break 50-50 or some crazy amount. Y'all be like, God damn, how all these immigrants ended up with these white people? Because they chasing after them. Huh? And you could add that into some of the conversation about this debt. What did that white woman say? is it patriarchy if it benefits me? Or is it just a helping hand? If it benefits me, is it patriarchy or just a helping hand? Her words. This is why I say if you let the women talk. Y'all heard the young lady say to Kevin Samuels, rest in peace. Essentially, we don't need y'all no more. That's why we giving y'all our ass to kiss. That young lady, I think she was in her what, early 20s too. The other young lady, the sassy one that Kevin had to kick off the stream, that was trying to loud talk him, her sassy ass. Huh? Yeah. Huh? And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. KMS says, society. Society. We lied. Leans back in chair, kicks feet up, light cigar. The F y'all chicks gonna do about it. Lean on men. We broke them and lean on men. We broke them and they now hate y'all. Laughing my butt off. Cigar. Yes. But I think the masses of women still didn't get that message though, KMS. I think when you, I think the women you're describing are the Kim Foster types, the Julesy types, and they're conservative sistering, right? I'm talking those women are leftists, obviously, but also the conservative women that get it also. I think the masses of women still don't get it. I I know it's hard to believe. The masses of women really don't think that the system put the thumb on the scales for them. They really think they got to where they are off of their own volition. At least that's what it looked like from the outside. They really believe, and that's what makes it worse, right? They really believe that the men just fell off. Huh? The women in that room with JJ Jameson, huh? The women in that room with JJ Jameson are the women that got there because they cared enough. Not that they cared about the men enough. I mean, they cared enough to be like, what the hell is going on? Yes, even Kim Foster. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Even Julesy, even the women that laugh at us, they cared enough to try. What the hell? I need a man to kiss my ass and pay for everything. Where the hell is the men to kiss my ass and pay for everything and worship at the altar of me? And then they end up getting into the office with JJ Jameson, who laughed in their face and said, "Oh yeah, we broke them in for you. Isn't that what you wanted?" While he laughed in their face and leans back in the chair. Huh? So I would argue the masses of women, they don't care. They don't care enough. They're just angry and mad that the world isn't working the way they feel like it was promised to them. Tying right back to the conversation of student loan debt. They're just angry that they're graduating college and university and crippling student loan debt and consumer debt that they're digging themselves even further in because they're like, well, if I'm not gonna live a happy life, I'm gonna buy a bunch of nice things and practice retail therapy. Huh? They already told you single women spend more than married women. They're just they're getting money off of women coming and going left and right. Huh? So yeah, KMS, the technocrats, essentially the technocrats and social designers. Let's say they're JJ Jameson. These women are walking into the office, and he's laughing at them and saying, "Yeah, we broke them in. We broke most of them." And then the ones that are the ones that you would like are either gonna pipe and toss, or they're already married. The ones that will pipe and toss, they're not getting married for another decade or so. Your ex got 5 years left. 4 years left. Now, tick, 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 tick. Huh? Huh? Yeah, I agree with this. And no placeholder says the men falling off, the men quote unquote falling off, is the women quote unquote taking back their power. That's what they. That's why they believe. Well, that's what they believe. I think is what you were trying to say. Yeah, no, I agree. Huh? Wow. And Gilgami says, when I began watching Kevin Samuels, I thought about launching a mass retraining program with African mothers slash grandmas in the U.S. to help FBA women with their daughters. Just Gio, you know what's funny? You say that. I think a lot of that would be rejected. It would have been rejected, and I think it still would be rejected because they want to operate a matriarchy, a gynocracy, if you want to be accurate. They just want. They don't want to be trained. They want the society to train the men, and that even goes for many white women. The clip I finally put it in the stream a couple streams ago, that where I told y'all I was gonna put the clip of the white woman pretty much growling at the screen and saying we've done the work. Gilgami, the issue is many women, black women mainly, but Latinas, white women, even a couple of Asian women, they want the society to break the men for them. So if you were to send a bunch of older African sisters, um, grandmas, um, aunties, right, and engage in a mass retraining, first of all, black women would see it as you putting them in a concentration camp. They'll be like, wait, where are we? 1930s Germany, or are we in China? Are we in North Korea? That's how they would see it. Number one. Number two, they would fight back because nothing is wrong with them. That's what they would say. Nothing is wrong with us. It's not us. We've done the work. It's the men. You need to make the men bow. Now, that's not the words they would use, but you need to make the men likable, and you need to make the men develop personality, and you need to make the men. This is why BGS says it's always Jermaine's fault. It's Jermaine's fault. In their mind, it's Jermaine's fault. It's not them. It's never them. What did Dr. Chris Marsh say? Don't tell me to settle. Don't tell the women to settle. It's never them. They don't ever got to budge. They're perfect the way they are. It's the men. And as much as the environment and more the political space are saying, ladies, we're going to have to move you a little bit, they're throwing a temper. It's not us. We're good the way we are, right? We've gone to therapy, whatever therapy is. It's you telling another woman about whatever issues you have and her patting you on the back and saying, yeah, 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 it's not you. Huh? The women would throw a goddamn fit, Gilgami, but they would say, you're essentially, y'all sending them to concentration camps to be indoctrinated in male worship and the worship of men. And they ain't going. They would rather be single. I could do bad all by myself. Yeah. And they're just going to send their daughters to college and university and make sure that she could be independent and she does not rely on any man. And they really would be in their minds, they really would be doing what's best for their daughter, right? So once again, KMS, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And no placeholder says the men were, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And no placeholder says the men were supposed to subsidize the feminists. Yes, absolutely. No placeholder. Absolutely. Not even supposed to. They're supposed to still be doing it forever, for eternity. Huh? The the entire feminist project is dependent on men's participation. Even the white women I covered what earlier this year, late last year, that went to, was that the UN or the G, one of those, no, the World Economic Forum, the World Economic Forum. That's what she said, right? Yeah, the entire women's rights is dependent on men fighting each other for where that bar is. Because what are women going to do? Let's be very clear. What are women going to do? Threaten not to have our children? I ain't even going to say it here. Huh? I ain't even going to say it here. What are they going to do? Physically overpower us? No. The women lobby men to fight other men on their behalf. The women appeal to men to fight other men on their behalf. So, yes, the men are supposed to subsidize, elite men, very importantly, are supposed to subsidize the masses of women to give the masses of men their ass to kiss. Huh? And what I think is going to happen is a lot of women are going to find themselves in a really messed up position, namely black women, as elite men pull back subsidizing women, as elite men pull back giving women that those shoulders to stand on that I was speaking about earlier. Women are going to find themselves in the, but particularly black women are going to find themselves in the worst position ever. They'd have put them their own selves in a pincer move. Huh? They put their own selves in a pincer move, and they're going to have to eat that. Huh? So yes, no placeholder. The men are supposed to subsidize the women. That's the way it goes. How if it wasn't for men subsidizing women, if it wasn't for men backing women's play, if it wasn't for the men that's waging class warfare on other men using the quote unquote advancement of women, if it wasn't for that, where the hell would the women be? But barefoot in the kitchen, huh? Yeah, the men are subsidizing the women. There is no other way. What the women are going to subsidize themselves? With what jobs? Ooh, goddamn, huh? Y'all realize the society for in many ways have been hands off, and the women all over index on the soft sciences, and now they're in crippling student loan debt, right? Talking about who wants to, right? Talking about who wants to be with average anyway. Oh boy. And someone said it earlier. Let me make sure I remember to say this part. Yes, I do remember. I think it was Saint Cyr. Yes, I do remember the young lady from what I think she said Oregon who went all the way to New York after she was advised not to. Her parents said that they would help her pay for her student loans, and she said no to hell no. And she said it stubborn me, right? She went to New York and now she's dying under student loan debt. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Right. I remember that. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Oh, and there ain't no divorce once the debt becomes manageable. 304, we partners. I get an return on investment ROI at 50% interest, or you buy me out 5 times plus interest. God damn. But that's a hard bargain. Thank you, Vince. I assure you the ship will flounder. Huh? Thank you. And Gilgami says they're being subsidized by the collective work of men. Cheryl said, now education camps, re-education centers. Exactly. Re-education centers. Right. Man. But no, can't yes. But this is the play. Look, women get to run around here either whimsical or pretending they are. So being very cold and calculated and intentional and deliberate, but pretending like life is just happening to them, right? They're not free agents making their own decisions. but life is happening to them. And so they get to play innocent. And through that innocence, they get to crush that man, that ex husband, because he was intentional and deliberate. She was just trying to live her life. And so she gets to play damsel in distress in court, in divorce court, and take as much as that judge is willing to let her take. Because we still have weird ideas in America, and it's because of goddamn white men. Y'all are the worst. We still have the ideas in America that life happens to women. And we need to protect women from these wayward men. And women, especially over the past, and really you could say a couple centuries, but especially over the past 60 or so, 70 years, they've stretched that as far as it can go. They've weaponized it against men. They weaponize the court system against men. They weaponize the education system against men. They weaponize the media against men because everybody keeps talking about women like women are infallible in relationship to men, particularly black men. That's all women being infallible in relationship to black men, including black women being infallible in relationship to black men. Huh? And women have weaponized that against men in general, black men specifically. So if there's a new normal where women are equal, men are saying you got to make them mean that. You got to mean it. No more of this. You know what? We're commuting her sentence because, we don't have enough jail and prison space for the women. Make space. No more of women having lighter sentences. No more of we didn't even build enough prisons because we really didn't think we was going to be imprisoning these many women. Nope. If y'all mean equal, y'all got to mean it all the way. And shout out to that white woman for saying it. No 1 foot in patriarchy, 1 foot in out. 1 foot in out. What is he saying? No 1 foot in patriarchy, 1 foot out. Huh? I'm so glad that young lady said it. Right? What did she say, Z? Once again, the young lady said, if it benefits me, maybe it's not patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping hand. Dear black women, these are the white women you thought were your allies before that November election. Before the 2024 election, those are the white women you thought were allies. Ah, this is also why, and I want to give this warning, dear black men, there might be a few things that black men and white men may ally on concerning men and boys in their uplift. But I don't ever, ever, ever want us to be the male equivalent of these naive ass, angry, bitter ass black women who really thought that white women were their allies and white women were going to throw white men under the bus to be allied with wayward ass black women. Listen, black men, I don't ever want us to be that naive. I don't ever want us to be so angry and rageful and spiteful towards black women that we ally with white men who mean us no good because they mean us no good. So are there things that we're gonna have to maybe ally with white guys on for the betterment of black boys and young black men? Yes. Does that mean that they are allies? Absolutely not. We want black women to cooperate and get on our program. They want people to bow. Notice I didn't just say women. Notice I didn't just say white women. Huh? I don't ever want us to be the ones who are surprised about white men's voting patterns or why white men are advocating the way they do, especially if we could get to a place where we're putting boys back on the map and then white men switch up because they're going to switch up. Huh? I don't ever want us to be Myron over here getting caught off guard because the white racist dude told you why the hell are you in his country. Goddamn. Ah, what y'all thought Mr. Z forgot? I didn't forget. Huh? So once again, black men, I'm bringing this up because I really would rather us not have to go through any type of um heartbreak or mental issues because okay, this is what you think about us. Huh? I don't want us to be the ones with the BS coping mechanisms because white men that showed us they ass, and they're the same white men they've always been. Like how black women are going through it right now because white women showed them their ass, and white women are the same white women they always been. They always been throwing y'all under the bus. They always been backstabbing y'all. They always been getting y'all to be the mascots for dumb stuff, and y'all sign up for it. Y'all become the face of the mascot, and then they take all the benefits and leave you with all the losses, which is exactly what they're doing with the DEI stuff and the affirmative action stuff. Huh? They benefit the most from affirmative action. But when people think affirmative action, they think about some mouthy, mean, rude, condescending, right? Black woman, a little mouthy ass black woman. Meanwhile, white women are the ones who benefited the most. So, dear black men, let us not be black women. If we say we're more mature and we say we're the ones who have the insight, then we got to show it and prove it by not falling for whatever trap white men are going to try to lay. And trust me, they're going to try to lay them. Huh? So, once again, yeah, thank you for that, KMS. Yeah, no, the return on investment. Look, don't let these black women get away with the BS. Don't let women get away with the BS. They're attempting to get as much as they can for as little as humanly possible. And that what the student loan debt did, and us knowing more and more about how much debt many women are in, is it contextualized for us why they're speaking the way they are with the swaggy begging and the aggressive begging and the arrogant begging. Lady, you starving, huh? You're starving, huh? You're starving. And you might not literally be starving, but your life is in shambles. You're in debt to your eyeballs, huh? Terrell says, they are who we thought they were. Exactly. Wow. Revelot says, Myron wants to be white so bad, you could see it, right? You could see it. The DMV, that's what I'm saying, Dr. Dunbar. It, you know, when you hear, and I think black people especially, should be deathly afraid when you hear Department of Government Efficiency and you have Elon and Vivek supposed to be running that, and these are not government appointee slots. That should be very frightening. For the same thing, like the DMV, all of this stuff that black people, black women, namely, live off of, right? Because we already know about the private sector and how you can hide your racism in the private sector by essentially saying these people weren't qualified enough or whatever little place you could hide your anti-blackness racism, and it would take so long to go through the court process and show, okay, this boss is racist or the whole entire practice is racist. This is anti-black, that's anti-black. But in the public sector, they have to at least pretend like they care about you as a black person, right? We know what America is. Once again, we know. But once again, the public sector and government is supposed to at least pretend like they care about you and your outcome for the betterment of society writ large. And when you have the Elons and the Vivek of the world that say, yeah, but that's going to get in the way of business, though. That's not efficient, though. Throw them out to the market, the precarious ass market. Huh? Stop subsidizing them. Stop having all of these BS jobs. Throw them out to, and if they sink, they sink, and if they swim, they swim. This is where that little racist Sagar and Jetty come in, talking about who's qualified or not, right? Oh boy, exactly. Better use this in Big Mama voice. Either you in or you out. Pick one and stay there, right? Right. Exactly. And Saint Cyr says her parents were talking about the white woman that was from Oregon and that went to New York for school. Um, Saint Cyr says her parents said they would take care of her tuition only if she stayed in state and went to school, but she went to opposite coast and ended up in debt. Yep, 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 yep. And she said it. She was being stubborn and of course, and yeah, now you're in debt. GC says so many fools run off to NY or Cali and think a miracle is gonna happen. GCC idiot, and I heard it with a Jamaican accent. Idiot. Yeah. Yep. Right. That's crazy, y'all. That if you're in $30,000 in debt, $50,000 in debt, that still hurts. It's not the end of the world. We can maybe manage that, right? Once you start creeping past that 70 and 75, though, you 100 and 120. And let's be very clear. The craziest things is when they are earning. I think there was a segment that said that, for the bottom quintile of the people that said they don't ever plan on paying it off. These people were making like 35-ish thousand dollars a year, and they were like 58, something like that, nearly $60,000 in debt and student loan debt, earning $35,000 a year. Woof. Oh boy, right? Yeah, no, I clicked this so it's in my history. I clicked this so it's in my history. And Trell says, off topic Z, did you see the Hood Anime Awards Paper Chaser? Yeah, I saw Bulma there, and yeah, I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it. Right, right. This is what I'm saying. And Saint Cyr says, women crash out and then whine about the consequences of their actions later. Like, ma'am, you did it to yourself. And if you go through all the clips that I put, what you find is a number of women admitted. By the way, Saint Cyr, that woman wasn't the only one. One of the clips I have, the lighter skinned sister, she was in a car. I think, was she wearing like a greenish shirt or something like that? Lighter skinned sister, she said the same thing. Essentially, her parents pretty much did the same thing. If you stay here, if you do this, then we'll pay off half. And she decided to do something else. So what we have here is a number of women are admitting that they did actually get good advice. So okay, so what if the counselor didn't tell them good enough, or they were preyed upon? They're admitting that their parents were willing to look out. It just came with rules. If you do this, we'll do this. And those women are admitting they decided, yeah, nah, now they hurting. Now they hurting. Hurting. Goddamn Z. Now they're in pain. Cheryl says, I paid off my wife's 5K. Ain't no way I'm taking on a whole mortgage of debt. Trell, 700 and some odd $1,000. 500 and some odd $1,000. 300 and some odd $1,000. I'm not just skipping down, you guys, by twos. No, these are real numbers that the women were showing that they're in student loan debt. Well, not showing. The first one, the seven something, that was the guy that called into Dave Ramsey. The five something, I didn't put that in the description box. I'm thinking I will. Where the lady was $528,000 in student loan debt. The three something was actually part of one of the clips that I posted, one of the videos that I posted. Yeah, the 250 we already know. That's the whole reason we're doing this. Shout out to Sheath Rocka, the sister that's in 250. There's another article of a white woman who's also $250,000 in student loan debt. Also, There's another article about a white woman who's in that type of debt, and then on one of the videos, there's a clip where a white woman is showing she's in 120 some odd $1,000 in student loan debt. Yeah. So Trell, whole home mortgages or really nice cars. 128,000. You driving a GTR? That's a Nissan GTR. That's a used Porsche 911. Slightly used too. Huh? $250,000. You can you drop that might be Porsche Turbo S money. That might be Porsche Turbo S money. Something like that. Actually, I think the Porsche Turbo S is less than that, maybe. Right? You definitely touching a bunch of used Ferraris. There's a bunch of used Ferraris that you could touch for 250. A lot. Used Bentleys, huh? You might be able to touch a old Rolls Royce Phantom for 250. Huh? 250, you definitely could buy um the Cadillac Escalade V, right? Right? You could buy a Dodge Ram TRX, the Ram TRX, and send it to Hennessy and turn it into the Ram. What is it called? The Mammoth. Yeah. Oh, used Lambos. You definitely could buy a used Gallardo, a used Murcielago for 250. Probably a used Murcielago. Um, I'm not sure about a used Aventador yet. I don't know if they're down there yet. Um, a Huracan, you definitely could buy a used Huracan. Yeah, used Lambo, definitely. You could definitely buy a used Diablo from the 90s, early 2000s. Yep, for 250. And we're not even going up to the fives and the sevens yet. South says get a Viper. They don't make Vipers anymore, but you could definitely get a used Viper for 128. Any one of the three generations. Four generations? Four. Right? I wouldn't suggest you get a Maseratis though. The reliability, oh boy. Huh? You imagine walking around here in that type of student loan debt? Okay, fine. You know what? Something you got to acquire the debt for the career. Cool. And you don't earn enough to pay it for real? Like you paying it, but you're not really paying it though. Fine, you acquired $128,000 of student loan debt, but let's say you're earning 100 a year and you just started your career. 90 a year, you just started your career. Okay. 120 a year, you just started your career. 150 a year, you just started. All right, cool. You 128 and you earning 50, 48, $45,000 a year, right? Rocky said they don't make Vipers no more. No, they've been stopped. It's been a few years now. What are we in 2024? I think they stopped making Vipers in like 2020, 2021, maybe 2019, something like that. Maybe 2022, something like that. It's been a few years, right? Yep. Yeah, yo. A lot of these cars that y'all hear, look, we're about to go into a car segment real quick. A lot of these cars that y'all hear rappers rap about, or that y'all see in music videos, or y'all hear people talk about, they're only selling a few hundred a year, a couple thousand a year, if they're lucky. If they're lucky, right? Like my Z, the twin turbo, 91, they sold like 6,000 or something of them in 91. I used to have a 93 twin turbo. They only sold like 1,400 or something like that in 93. Twin turbos, not just the regular 300 but the twin turbo. Some of these cars are rare. And remember, this is a car that was like 30 something $1,000 in the early 90s. So it wasn't even a whole Lamborghini. When you start getting to Lambo Ferrari territory, yeah, a couple hundred in a year, if you're lucky too. All that talk of Bugattis. I woke up in a new Bugatti. You know how many Veyrons they sold? In all the years they made it, I think it was like 500 and some odd Veyrons. In all the years they sold it, I think it was they only sold 500 and some odd Bugatti Veyrons on the planet, by the way, not just even in America, on the planet. Right? These cars are rare, y'all. Some of these cars are rare, rare. McLarens, especially like the F1 McLaren or the P1, the Ferrari Enzo. All these cars, they may have made like 300, 400, 500 of them, 200 of them. Let alone if you're talking about like a Koenigsegg and they only made like 2 dozen, right? 2, 3 dozen of these cars. Yeah, some of these cars are rare, right? So yeah, because they're not like when you look at Dodge, like the Viper wasn't like that's not where their money is, right? Obviously, their money is in selling the Dodge Ram and the Durango and stuff like that, right? Yeah. Saint Cyr, you see what I'm saying? P1 cleaner in your church shoes the weekend, right? And Sal says, why are a lot of Euro cars horrible on reliability? Because they use exotic materials oftentimes. They're cutting edge technology, right? This is one of the issues where I have with the Z, right? And a bunch of us have like a bunch of 90s cars, especially the Japanese and some of the European stuff that were from the 80s and the 90s. In the 80s and the 90s, that was all cutting edge tech. But as the cutting edge tech starts to falter, first of all, the cars were rare, they were expensive for their time, and then you have this cutting edge tech that's not cutting edge anymore. It's actually 15 and 20 years old, right? That was one of the things with the 3000 GT with the active aero kit, right? The front lip would descend and go back up, and then the spoiler would pivot, and like that's nothing now. But like late 80s, early 90s, I think the 3000 GT came out with 90, 91 or something like that. Like that stuff was cool as hell when it was working, right? But yeah, the thing with the Beamers and the bit like BMW with their hot V setup where they put the turbos in the middle of the cylinders and like what? Which is cool new, but the second it starts breaking, right? The second stuff starts going wrong, it's like, well, right? All that cutting edge tech is dope until it's not, until it breaks, right? And Rocky says, Z, have you ever driven the Nissan Sema or Cedric? No, but I would like one. Like right now, my dream car is a 1997 R33 GTR V Spec. Um, but I wouldn't mind a Stagia. For those of you that don't know, the Stagia is just a Nissan wagon that never came to America, and I'm so mad because we don't buy wagons in America. And you better believe Mr. Z would have no pro. I would be the coolest soccer dad in the world with a lowered, quick ass, might snap my child's neck ass, um, turbo all wheel drive Nissan wagon. I would be that guy. Sal says BMW burned my wallet. Hysterical. Right. But yeah, Mrs. Z got no problem driving a wagon. Yeah, that would definitely be me. And Cyrus, thank you, Cyrus, put us back on topic a little bit. And Cyrus says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Cyrus says, high level risky pettiness. Second level of purgatory. Tell her you can't afford her after the witness after she witnessed you closing on your new apartment complex. Oh, huh? That was dope. The Dodge Magnum SRT 8. Yeah, those were dope. Those were dope, right? Goddamn Tennessee. This is why we don't trust y'all over there. Let me read this real quick. I'm gonna come back to you. I'm gonna come back to you, Cyrus. And Trail says, I wouldn't mind one of those mini trucks and then put that that bit on 28s. Look, bro, look, it's gonna look like a tick or like some type of insect with the little legs that's standing all the way high, but it wouldn't be little legs, big ass rims. But look, the mini trucks, you're supposed to lower them, not raise them. Goddamn, Trail. Look, this is why we don't trust Tennessee. Can't trust these Negroes with nothing. Y'all want to lift everything and put it on rims. When the Chris Rock said they spin it, they spin it, they spin it, right? But yeah, like when you say mini trucks, you mean mini trucks like the little stuff coming out of that people are starting to import out of Japan right now, or you mean mini trucks like an older Ford Ranger and the Mazda like B with like B3000s? Like, is that what you mean by mini trucks? Like the old GMC joints, the Chevy S10s, right? Because all those trucks they usually no. Let me take that back. Sometimes they raise them, but yeah, no, the imports. Oh, okay. Yeah. So you mean like yeah. So like the Nissan joint, the Nissan, Honda, what's it called, Daihatsu joints. The is there a Isuzu one? There might be Isuzu one too. I think they call them K trucks. Yeah, exactly. Yep, there we go. There we go. Thank you. The green guy, exactly. That's exactly what I say. LOL, deep fried K trucks. Yeah, the K trucks. Yep. One of my coworkers, Troll, just imported one a few months ago. He's going through the paperwork process of getting everything legalized. I think it's he think did he tell me 10 or 12 grand it set him back, which isn't the worst thing in the world. Yeah. Yep. It really would look like an insect then. You gonna put that on 28s? I don't even know if it can rotate the 28s. Right? No, Trail, no. The way them things are built, you're gonna need all the power to rotate the wheels. 28s? Oh man, that's crazy work. Yeah, no. It yeah, there. So I've seen I've seen them slightly lowered. I've seen them lifted. Right? Yeah, no. People now that you can import them in America and they haven't, the price isn't astronomical. I think now that we have access to them, we're gonna start doing way crazy stuff to them. It's the same thing with all the joints that's coming into America that we didn't get, right? From Europe, but mainly from Japan. So the GTRs, like right now, Australia is killing the GTR game. But now that we started importing them in America, don't give us another decade or so. I think we're gonna start surpassing all of the Australian records for quarter mile time and all that other stuff. Um, yeah, because I think right now the fastest GTR, that R32, that's running like 6 seconds, which is stupid, absolutely retarded. I think that bitch got like 3,000 horsepower. Um, and we're talking about the R32 GTR, not the 35s, and yeah, well, the 35s. Um, why did I bring that up? Yeah, no. Now that we can start importing, I do think you're gonna start seeing like a different type of customization, of like you said, the K trucks, the K cars, um, the GTRs, certain rare ass RX-7s, the Mazda Cosmos that we never got in America, which was like a luxury rotary um coupe from Mazda. All those four-door sedans that we didn't get from Toyota or Nissan. Um, dope ass, rare ass Hondas. Yeah, all of those stuff started being made in the '90s that we didn't get in America. All the dope ass rare Japanese minivans that we didn't get. Yeah, all the off, like I already seen in South Florida people driving around in like lifted Mitsubishi minivans that we never got in America, and they're off, what they call off landing, right? With those joints, like yeah, mud tires and all, right? Turbo minivans with lifted on mud tires. Yeah. So Mr. Shikti says I had 28 in a Toyota Sequoia, and those things still looked way oversized, right? Y'all got me into my car talking. Saint Cyr says, you can tie what you're talking about now into the main topic, Z. Find the through line. Watch this. Why would I sign up to marry you with $500,000 in student loan debt when I could build a goddamn race car for that money? Right? Where I could build I could build a few really fast street cars, and if you have a standalone home, and you get the permits, I could build a whole dope ass garage with all the tools and the lift and everything for my cars with that type of money. Huh? There you go, Saint Cyr. Watch that. You see that? Why would you sign? Fine, $128,000. Why would I sign up for your $128,000 in student loan debt and to help you pay that off, which means I'm probably going to be paying the majority of it? Why would I sign up for that when I could get a used Hellcat for that and hook it up, right? And afford to pay the storage fee because my house don't have a garage for years, for maybe a decade or well more than that, for more than a decade, instead of helping you with that $128,000 in student loan debt. God forbid that $250,000, that quarter million, right? For that $250,000, I could find me, talk about GNX. Shout out to Kendrick. I could go find me a GNX, a Buick Grand National GNX, which is the rarest of the rare, right? I could find me a Buick Grand National GNX, hook that up, make it a 10 9-second car, and have money to blow, right? For $128,000, I could go find me a Chevelle SS and LS swap it and keep the original motor just in case I want to sell it one day, so I could drop the original motor back in there. LS swap and supercharge or turbocharge it just for the fun. For all my Southerners with the dunks, why would I? But it costs usually for the really fast stuff. You're going into the 200,000, but still, why would I help you with your student loan debt of $250,000 or $300,000 or 128 when I could go buy this beat up shell ass 7 tray coupe, put 60 in it, and have the cleanest, wettest candy paint on eights, sliding, doing 11s in the quarter mile, maybe 10s. All right, for all my import guys, why would I sign up for your $128,000, $250,000, $300,000 in student loan debt when I could buy a used MK4 Supra for 70 and put another 30, 40 in it and be running around here with 807 horsepower? Where I could buy a Z from Mr. Z. You can't get my Z, but right, for 15, 20, put another 40, 50 in it, maybe 60 in it, and driving up, well, not 60, 40 in it, 30 in it, and I'm driving around here with 650, 700, 800 horsepower doing the quarter mile in the 9s, in the 10s. And that's my weekend car. Huh? For all my Euro guys, why would I sign up for your $128,000, your $250,000, your $300,000 in student loan debt when I could get me an old 850 CSI, ooh, V12, and put a couple of bolt-ons and put an exhaust on it so that you could really hear that V12 and cruise out on South Beach, bumping my old 80s and 90s hip hop, dropped on some nice ass BBS LMs, red 8 series, bronze BBS with the polished lip. Uh oh. Huh? Why would I sign up for your 128 when I could get me a old Camaro SS, right? The Trans Am era, the second gen Camaros. Keep the original motor, but LS swap and turbo it, and be running around here with 650 horsepower, big ass, wide ass rear wheels, big sticky, no giggity, wide wheels, and the rumble, and do a cam job, pause, so that you could hear it sound when I started. It could sound like it's about to die, but it's not. That's just the way it chop, huh? For all of you that wonder why those muscle cars be sounding like that, that's cams. Glup, 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 glup. Is it about to die? No. Is it supposed to sound like that? Yes. Huh? Glup, 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 glup. Right? Uh-oh. Why? For Z, why would I sign up for your $250,000 a year when I could put a whole down payment on a home and hook up the Z and hook up the M and goddamn Z, all of that, and put money to the side for that new Pathfinder Armada Pro 4X because I really like the new Pathfinder Pro 4X. I'm gonna get one eventually, probably used, secondhand. Though you know when you still got the warranty type stuff, or you can still purchase a warranty, and yeah, um, right. And I'm gonna put it on a lift kit. I hope somebody eventually comes out with a way to like delete the airbag suspension so I can really lift it because I'm gonna probably lift that thing like another 2-3 inches. Pause. Yeah, I could do all that for a quarter million. Put a down payment on a nice home, um, hook up the Z, supercharge the M, get the Pro 4X, put on some mud tires and lift it. Yeah, all of that. Huh? And then because I have all of that, I could pipe you on the discount. You see that? I still get you though. I just don't gotta have to help you pay that student loan debt. Huh? I could pay for a gym membership. I could fix the Z the way I want it, supercharge the M, wait for this Pro 4X to come out, put the down payment on that, put a down payment on my house, furnish the home. And because I have all those stuff and I'm fit, I could pipe you on the cheap. You see how that work? And I don't have to help you with that student loan debt. Huh? Oh, did Easy own one? And Sal says the BMW 850 CSI. I think Easy owned one. Did he? Look, man, that V12, right? If I like, that's one of my the German joints that I really like, and if I had crazy ass money, I would definitely be. If y'all really want, if Mr. Z had that type of money, I would be out here Jay Leno. I would be out here Jay Leno. It would be stupid. It would be stupid. But I actually like cars. I'm not doing it for other people. That's really me and my boys. That's our hobby. That's our thing. Um, and if I had the crazy money, it wouldn't just be Nissan stuff like y'all see. I'm a big Nissan head. I already know about the bankruptcy. I already know about the supposed merger with Honda. That's supposed to be about EVs, by the way. Um, so yeah, yeah. No, I wouldn't have an 850 CSI though. Cells. I would have the 840. And I would put a S, probably maybe a B58 because I would want it turbo, right? And I would think it's sacrilege to like mess with that V12, right? So I would probably get an 840, do everything I just said I would do, lower it on some nice BBS wheels, get the Huh. What lip kit? There's a stock lip kit for those that came on some of the options. I would definitely try to get that. And yeah, load on some nice BBS wheels. Get a B58. Swap it. 500, 550 horsepower. You're good to go. Because I'm not racing anybody. I just want the power so that when I go, I could go. And there you go. Oh, and a 993 911 turbo. Mr. Z would definitely have that, but with the GT2 lip kit and the big ass GT2 spoiler. All right. I could do well, not the 911, that's way too expensive. But I could do everything that I just said for way less than 250. These ladies have um classic European sports car money in debt. Student loan debt. Goddamn. Huh? LL said, I would get the original Skyline and a Yenko. See, so you try to go old school both ways. By the way, the Yenko, that's the Camaro. That's the first gen. Really, 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 really rare. Rare, rare, rare. So, and then the Skyline, that's rare too, especially if you try to get the GTR Skyline. Um, those are super rare. At one point, they weren't even letting them out of Japan. I'm not joking. So LAR said, I'm going old school both ways. So LAR, I know 150 said get the strap. I know LAR is gonna have that under the driver's seat in both cars. Because you gotta drive them with no tints. Because ain't no way I'm gonna have you run up on me at the light and rob me. Right? Because those skylines are rare and those Camaros are rare, but those skylines are rare, rare. The first gens, super rare. See, Trail, now you speaking my language. Trail says, I want a garage with about 6 or 7 rebuilds, 60s, 70s, 80s. Now you speaking my language. Huh? Oh, it would be crazy. Hell, says, I always got it on me. See, I'm telling you, because if you gotta have some, oh, you gotta have some haters. If you're riding around here, classic Camaro and classic Skyline, oh, the hate. And then you pull up to the cars and coffee. And you driving the Skyline and you got your lady driving the Camaro. Oh, the hate, the hate, hate. Huh? And especially you have her driving the Camaro because it's crazy when people see women jump out of muscle cars, rub a little salt in the wound, especially a classic. Oh man, my favorite vets are the third gens, right? The third gens. But the third gens after the emissions, after the choke out of the emissions, because I like the way they look more, even though I know they make way less power. They make like 200 horsepower, right? But I like the way they look, so I would definitely get that Ella swap it. And you don't have to make a bunch of power because they were light, right? That long ass hood, and that's another joint I would have. So for me, if I'm gonna do what LAR did, so we have a dope ass JDM and a dope ass JDM and dope ass muscle, it would be that generation vet, right? So we're talking about the early 80s, mid 80s vet, um, and a 280ZX turbo, 2-seater. Y'all see a commonality here? Both of them are 80s joints, and both of them have long ass hoods and little ass bubble cockpits, pause, at the end, right? 70s Riviera, long ass shit. Them shits is ridiculous. Now y'all got me cursing. Well, right. Long ass coupes. Them things is huge. Grab second gear said 850 with the cell phone. You going 80s and early 90s with it. Definitely early 90s with it. With the car phone, exactly. That sounds. I heard. I saw when you put the comment. That's the dope thing about the Viper. especially the second gen Viper. So the first gen was the fixed non roof one. That was the one that was in what, Doctor Doolittle? Was that Doctor Doolittle? I want to say that was Doctor Doolittle. That's the first gen. The second gen looked just like the first gen, but with the curved rooftop. That's my favorite one, especially the GTS. Preferably either all red or blue with the white stripes. Not white with the blue stripes. I actually always thought white with the blue stripes looked weird. But blue with the white stripes. Yeah, right. So yeah, Mrs. Z, you're really a car enthusiast. I'm really a car enthusiast, yo. I'm really am. My preference leans more JDM, but Mr. Z know a little bit about a little bit, right? So I'm into all of it. I would Boss 302 Mustangs are my favorite muscle car in muscle car history. Um, yeah, Boss 302 Mustang. I would have a 69 or a 70. They have slightly different front ends. But yeah, Boss 302 Mustang, favorite muscle car. Would have one of those. Like I said, 993, 911 turbo, but with the 993 GT2 body kit. Um, BMW 840i, but B58 swapped so that I could add power to it because I wouldn't want to rip out that V12. That's sacrilegious from the 850 CSI. Um, Obviously my 300ZX. I would get a the second gen Q45 in silver, drop it, put it on some nice ass wheels. No, not drop it, airbags. Put it on some nice ass wheels. I would keep my M, supercharge it. Um, what else? Uh, I would get a Nissan Petrol from the Middle East, put it on a lift kit, turbocharge it, right? Yeah, and give it crazy power. I wouldn't give it too much crazy power, maybe like 800 something. Z, that's crazy power. I know. Right? Train tracks, train tracks, train tracks. And guess what? Everything I just listed for you, you can do all of one of those things for less than $250,000. Like that Nissan Petrol, I could get that imported, do everything I just said for less than 250, right? For less than $250,000 everyone. Yeah. Yep. So shout out to all those ladies that are in crippling student loan debt. Ah, right. G body monies are among one of my favorite muscle cars. Right. G body Monte Carlos, yes, among one of my favorite muscle cars. Absolutely. I like it better than the Camaro of its generation. It's debatable whether I like it more than that generation of Corvette. That's debatable. That's debatable, right? But yeah, G body Monties, yeah. The entire GM G body lineup was dope. That generation of G body, that generation, those G bodies, all of them had like a dope ass trim. Except actually, excuse me, the Money SS might have been the most underwhelming of the fast G bodies, right? Which is funny because that's the one outside of the Grand National. That's the one that I would want. I would want it more than the fast ass Cutlass with the 442, whatever the hell it was. I would want it more than the fast ass Cutlass. I would want it more than everything outside of the Grand National, especially a GNX. I mean, like, who's gonna pick any one of the G bodies over a GNX? That's the you know that's the one to have, right? The OJ Bronco is dope, right? But yeah, shout out to Cadillac, by the way. Cadillac's doing their thing. I don't think they get enough props. Cadillac, especially for performance, Cadillac is really slept on with performance. The Cadillacs, like the fast Cadillacs, have been giving BMW a run for its money. I just don't think they have the prestige. IROC Z Camaro, IROC Z's a dope. IROC Z's a dope. Right. The IROC Z generation is the one generation of Camaro that outsold the Mustang. Right. I'm surprised nobody brought up the Pontiac Trans Am with the Hawk, right? Or the Pontiac Trans Am with all the goddamn hood scoops, look like pig nostrils, right? Sal says, I think people hate the Cadillac design. Maybe, but I don't know. That last generation CTSV wasn't bad. Um, the CT4 isn't bad. The CT6, the CT5, those are not bad. Um, the Escalade, especially the Escalade V, the Escalades are just big bricks. They're the aerodynamic property of a brick, right? Yeah, the Escalade V has the aerodynamic property of, but the when every video of this is like talking about ski, right? Um, modified Trackhawks. Yes, I'll pick the Trackhawk over the Durango. Yes, yes, I know, I know. But the Durango's rare, Z. Yes, I know. The Jeep looks better than me. It just does. Um, modified Trackhawks. I love the squat when they take off. Right. Talking about orgasm. Um, and the Escalade V's. A stock Escalade V, the squat when they take off is just, orgasmic. Yes, the real car enthusiast that's mentioning segs and cars because eventually we're gonna do that, right? But yeah, the Firebird, right? The Pawnees, right? Yeah, 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 yeah. But yeah, the squat from the Escalade V's, the squat from modified, even the stock, but definitely modified Trackhawks, because they're all-wheel drive, so they just grip and go. So it's spinning ain't winning. So because it's just grip and go, there's a pun in there. I just realized that. But because it's grip and go, just the way they squat when they take off is just killer. And Grab Second Gear says, I want a '69 Camaro or Chevelle SS swap, but I know I gotta give some stuff to get it. You need to be hanging in somebody's bushes, waiting for them to pull the car out the garage and just. No, I'm joking. Don't do that. Right? And we're back. We're back. Oh yeah, no, I read this already. And once again, thank you for the super chat, Saris. Thank you for the super chat. Right? Oh no, this is a different one. Purgatory held and afford her after. Oh no, 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 no. This is yeah. I read that. I read that. I read that. Once again, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right? But no, everything we just listed, you could get for less than $250,000. Definitely for all you brothers that already have your homes or whatever, y'all will definitely be winning. But some of these ladies are single as a loose leaf paper, as a slice of cheese, and $250,000 in student loan debt, $128,000 in student loan debt, 500 and some odd, 300 and some odd, 700,000 in student loan debt. You know what we could do with this money? And someone said it earlier. I'm a car enthusiast, so I'm listing cars, but essentially what we're getting at is that I can engage in my hobby at pretty much the highest level and still not go into debt doing it before I hit that $128,000 or that 250, definitely the 300,000, right? Someone said it earlier. That's exactly what I'm saying. There you go, Mr. Shifty. You said it. Basically, Z, I could take a fraction of what's owed on that student loan debt, invest it in myself and my hobbies, and still cuff because now I have shiny objects to catch fish. That's what I was saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Shout out to Mr. Shifty. That's exactly what I'm saying. For $300,000, whoever that white woman was, that was $300,000 in student loan debt. For $300,000, I could make the Z 700 horsepower. I could supercharge the M, right? Lower it on some nice ass wheels. I could put down on that Armada Pro 4X that I'm looking at, I could put down on a home, and with all of that, oh, gym membership, 6 months in the gym, it won't even take that long. 3 months in the gym, I don't even think I really gotta go to the gym to get you, but okay, fine. 3 months in the gym, and I could get you and not pay that student loan debt for you, by the way, and not help you pay it because I got all the shiny things. And I came to pick you up in a different car 3 times in a row, and they're all mine. Huh? Trail didn't say generational wealth. He said generational debt, right? But for real though, right? And let me read this now. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. KMS says, either we treat women like adults, um, or I think you meant to say, or we roll it back and we treat them like children who can have children. Rapid growing numbers of men. Yeah. No, I think no. I really think that's what men are saying without saying it. I really do think that's what men are saying without saying it. Right? Either they are adults and you are going to put the full brunt of adulthood on their shoulders the way you do the men, or we reel this back. And what reel this back means is there's going to be some things that women are relieved and they're happy about, and there's going to be a whole lot of things they're not. Desho said minor adults. Put it in the book. Hysterical. Desho, but for real though, I think that might be one of the most accurate statements ever on my channel. But for real though, Desho, literally. Now, will women find that offensive that you said that? Yes. Is it pretty accurate on what they're actually demanding society treat them like? Ah, minor adults sounds like teenagers, right? And that sounds pretty damn accurate. Huh? That sounds pretty damn accurate. I did say Arrested Development, didn't I? I did say Arrested Development. Huh? I'm just saying, right? And y'all gives you a second. Something's going on with the stream yards. Y'all gives you a second. Let me I gotta restart something real quick. Mr. Z is still here. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Mr. Z will be right back. Telescope. Oh, telescope. This is hysterical. Telescope says adult designated person. Oh my god. Oh, that y'all are making this difficult because that sounds pretty damn accurate also. Damn trail prepubescent adults. Oh, this was adult junior grade. Adult adjacent. So when you say adult adjacent trail, I think about when Britney Spears was going through that arc of her life when she had the song where like I'm not a girl but I'm not yet a woman. Like that is like that, right? Like that when I hear that, that's what I hear. Like I'm not a girl. I'm no longer a girl, but I'm not a woman either. Like I'm not there yet either. And like white women get to play that like one foot in one out of everyone in our society. Black women wish white men can't even really play that game like that, although they still be referring to 20 some odd year old white men when they do messed up stuff as, oh, he's just a kid. But they still can't play that. Definitely not like white women. Black men don't even, yeah, right. Yeah, right. Right. But yeah, when you say adult adjacent, to me, like Britney Britney Spears' face comes to mind. Right? KMS is adultish. For real though. Right? Telescope killed me with the adult designated person. For real. Trail with the prepubescent adults again. Jesus Christ. But Detro kicked it off with that minor adults. For real. Jesus. Exactly. Boys will be boys. And he's 28 years old. Black men wish. We don't really wish, but still, we wish. Oh, that'd be killing me. He's just a kid. Remember they said that which Spider-Man was that the second? That was the first Spider-Man, right? The first Spider-Man where Peter Parker, I think he fell out. He was on the train, and I think but did he stop? That something happened, and like the middle-aged white dude, saw you could see his face. You could see Peter Parker's face finally, and and then he was like, "Oh, he's just a kid." I'm like, at that time, Spider-Man had to be what, like his mid 20s, something like that. Maybe early 20s. He was in early 20s. He had to be like 24, 25, 26, something like that in the movie, right? That was around the age range he was probably right. Maybe even early, later than that, but still somewhere between 24 and like 27, let's say. And so when the middle-aged white dude was like, "Oh, he's just a kid," I'm like, I think I was around that age. No. I was younger than that. I was younger than that when that movie came out. And I still remember being like, wait, what? He's just a kid. Black men, you don't get to be a kid after the age of like 5. Right? Trayvon was 17 and George Zimmerman had a hard on for him and deleted him. Huh? 17. Extrajudicial killing. Michael Brown was 18, barely 18. Tamir Rice, what, 12? Jordan Russell Davis, what, 16, 17? We could do this forever. You don't get to be just a kid, even in your teens. These white guys be all 28, 27, 26, 25. He's just a kid. Get out of here. White women get to be 23, 24, 25, 26. Y'all heard the white woman on that clip? I'm just a girl. She 26 years old, y'all. Crazy. So as KMS said, I really want to say black men need to be telling everyone in this society. But as KMS said, either we treat women like adults or we roll it back and we treat them like children who can have children. Rapid growing number of men. I think black men need to say that about it. That's the Roger Report's whole thing, right? The Roger Report. Either we treat everybody like black men or we treat black men like everyone else. That's really what it is. Either we treat everyone like black men or we treat black men like everyone else. Huh? Just saying. But yeah, so let's go through some of these again. We're gonna end out in a minute. And once again, shout out to Chief Rocka. Chief Rocka is the sponsor of this stream. Shout out to you, Chief Rocka. I made it happen. It took 2 months, but I made it happen. I made it happen. Um, so once again, this is what Mr. Z is talking about when we speak about Morgan Stanley and them salivating over single women, and they talk about the she economy. This is what we're talking about. Y'all look at the women and how much debt they're in, right? Also, this is why the ladies are preying on, which is funny, they're preying on while being preyed upon rich white men. The rich white men are preying on them and how much money they're going to spend single trying to tap down and assuage their depression and their loneliness and their horniness, etc., etc. And they're preying on the white dude to save them from the same financial hardship that the white man helped to put them in. You gotta love it, right? The ladies say it's predatory having them sign up for these student loan debts so early. I agree with them actually, but you still got to be accountable. You have to be held accountable for what you believe in. But I admit it. Um, this system fear mongers the parents and the children, particularly the girls, into getting college degrees or their futures will be shot. The women going to college for the soft sciences or things that might not be that lucrative. They graduate, hopefully, in 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, 10 years plus, and they are in student loan debt. About 30% of them, 28 to 30% of them, are in between 30 to $50,000 of student loan debt. Okay, that's not the end of the world. But somewhere between 6 and 7.5% of them are over $100,000 in student loan debt. Oh boy. Huh? This is the major reason, or one of the major reasons, why ladies are looking for rich men, more specifically, rich white men, to live off of. Excuse me. Sorry, y'all. To be in partnership with. And in this case, partnership is the correct word because the ladies see this as a business arrangement to help her pay off her student loan debt, especially the women that are $100,000+ in student loan debt, right? All it is to be independent of men's opinions and requirements. You're hustling backwards, ladies. You're hustling backwards, right? Something else we found out here. After 12 years of repaying their student loan debts, your average black woman owes 13% more than the loan she took out initially. Yeah, y'all heard right. After 12 years of them paying off their student loan debt, they owe about 13% more than the actual principal of the debt originally. Right? For real though. Like I said earlier, shout out to that 26-year-old um, who said, I'm just a girl. I told y'all arrested development, petulant children behavior, petulant child behavior, something that I emphasized earlier now. Um, Shout out to the other woman who said she could pay off her debt tomorrow if she would just sign up to be in with a sugar daddy. If she would sign up to be in a sugar baby, she could have her debt paid off tomorrow. Y'all heard her when she said that. And that same white woman, young white lady, said, if it benefits me, maybe it's not patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping hand. That right there, dear black women, those are the white women, the Latinas, and the Asian women that you swore you were allies with. They think like that. If you want to know why 53% of white women did not vote for Kamala, they think like that. And even for the ones that did vote for Kamala, guess what? A sizable chunk of them think like that. Let me read it again for you. If it benefits me, maybe it's not patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping hand. Huh? Yep. Now what? These ladies are spending decades paying off those loans. Decades. Women are spending decades paying off these loans if they ever pay them off. Huh? I did not know that. And Destro says the chick that got her brother deleted by Travis Rudolph, NFL player, um in self defense used the "I was young and dumb" excuse while testifying at the trial. Wow, I never knew that. You saw the look on her face. She lacked all type of contrition and remorse on that stand. Every video I ever saw of her, she with different parts of the case. Anything I ever saw of her, maybe I need to go and watch the whole thing. Okay, possibly, but everything I ever saw of her, she looked like she had no remorse, no contrition, no sorrow, no anything. She set up her brother and I think a cousin or so and some of his friends to right to get hurt, to get hurt. And it doesn't look like she cared anything about the outcome of that at all, right? We heard the man who called it a Dave Ramsey speaking about being um some $40,000 in debt, and his soon to be wife was $750,000 in student loan debt for a dental degree. Y'all heard that? Huh? That's exactly why it says it crash out Keisha, right? Doesn't accountable commentary say that also? I think it's added in the accountable commentary, but yeah, crash out Keisha, right? Nearly a quarter of women are $50,000 or more in student loan debt. Say that again, Z slow. One in four, nearly one in four, nearly one in four, nearly a quarter, nearly 25% of women are in 50,000 or more in student loan debt. $50,000 a year or more, $50,000 or more in student loan debt. Yep, you heard right. Huh? Women hold anywhere between 60 to two-thirds of student loan debt, nearly $1 trillion. Nearly $1 trillion. Huh? And the biggest cohort of women in student loan debt is between 28, so between 28 and 30% of women that are in student loan debt owe between 30 and 50,000. Okay, so that's not the end of the world, right? So there are women that earn a bit less than that. There's definitely women that owe more than that. But the biggest cohort, so about 30% of women owe between 30 and $50,000 in student loan debt, right? Well, boy. And last, almost 16%, so it's like 15 and a half, 16% of women are $70,000 in student loan debt or more. So 70,000 or more in student loan debt, about 15 and a half to 16% of women in America. Yep. Yeah, she was married. And Revelot says, and she was married too, if I'm not mistaken, crashing out over dude. That's nasty work. Crashing out over her side. You imagine sending your brother to delete your side dude because he has other women? Wait a minute. Think, okay, this is what we're talking about, everyone. right? That Travis Rudolph case just perfectly illustrated what we're talking about. You sent your brother on a send-off mission, and he went with a cousin and a friend or two. You sent your brother to go delete your side dude because he had other women. You hear this? You are married. You sent your brother to go delete your side dude because your side dude had other women. Jesus Christ. Hey. Oh, yep, yep, yep. And Cyrus Burke, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Cyrus says, purgatory or aggressive Darwinism. Hey. Ah. For the ladies, I think the women are already practicing Darwinism on themselves while throwing a temper tantrum. They speak about the men breeding themselves out. You hear a lot of black women talk about this when they see black men with non-black women. And I would say you're not on a black man's program. So in reality, you're practicing Darwinism on yourself, especially if you don't have children. If you are the I can do better by myself, if I don't have it this way, I won't get married or have children. There's no telling who you might have been with, but we know what is happening. So we don't know what your future could have looked like. What we can tell is what you're doing now in the present. And what we can tell is you have no children and no man. So really, the person who's practicing Darwinism on themselves, going to what you're saying, Cyrus, aggressive Darwinism, are the women who are throwing a temper tantrum in a fit and being petulant children because they can't have the world the way they want it. So they decided to not have children or get married. So the aggressive Darwinism, well, at least the Darwinism, maybe not so aggressive, is already happening, right? Exactly. Lion said becoming the quote unquote rich auntie, barely stable auntie, barely making it auntie, stable auntie, maybe even barely stable auntie. Jay everything says dead auntie is hysterical. Jake says black men stop being the cleanup men in the dating world, right? Hmm. Man. So on that note, y'all, Mr. Z, hopefully, Chief Rocka, you enjoyed this stream. I hope I gave you your money's worth. Shout out to Chief Rocka. Um, in summation, right? Because we went all around the world with this stream today. In summation, um, the ladies are going to be looking for a safe place to land. They're going to start at the top, or what they feel is the top, and that's obviously white men with some status. Then they might move on to white men in general. Then they might move on to any non-black man, some black men who look like they're a bit above stable. Then they'll go to any man who's stable. Then they'll go to black men who are barely stable. And everything after that, she's paying. Huh? Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. I saw it, line. I saw it. As line says, did you see my comment on the video I sent you? Yep, yep, yep. I actually watched the video, like I said. It is something that happened to me the other day when I was on the stream with BGS. He was like, "Yeah," and I sent this video to Z too, and I was like, "Yeah, I didn't watch it yet," and I actually did. Right? Trell said, "Keep it pushing, Brokey." Hey, I'm just saying, we might be the ones saying that. But like I said earlier, Trell, I'm about telling the ladies we can't afford them. I'm about telling them, you know what, you're right. I cannot afford you. You're right. You are way out of my price range. You are 100% right. I cannot afford you. I'm about telling the ladies what they want to hear, and if they want to hear that we can't afford them, they're right. If that's what we are charged with, placating the ladies, ego stroking the ladies, then that's what I think we should do. Yeah. And then Mr. Shukti says, just imagine thinking this out loud, expecting black men to save me from the debt I incurred for the sole purpose of not only needing you, but I will also poop on you. Yep, 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 yep. You want black men to save you from the fallout of you giving them the middle finger or you attempting to give them the middle finger. And when it backfires on you, and now you have a bunch of student loan debt, maybe a kid or two from a different guy that doesn't help you, obviously. Um, all type of psychological and mental issues and emotional issues. Those same black men are supposed to come back around and save you from you. Trying to give them the middle finger. Oh boy. Trying to give them your ass to kiss. Oh man. Trying to show them that you don't need them. Oh man. Yikes. Lion says, I would rather tell them you're not worth paying for. I get it, but I'm doing this on purpose. There's a reason why I would much rather phrase it. You know what? You're right. I can't afford you because I think black women need to be put in the Eartha Kitt position. Compromise for who? For what? Da, da, da. Yeah, that sound nice. That we all have been around black women our entire lives. When Eartha Kitt broke that goddamn Grinch ass smile out when she was talking, you could see the pain behind that smile. You saw the pain behind that smile. Oh, there was pain behind that smile. But the stubbornness was so great that she would rather be in pain than come off her goddamn stubbornness. So I'd much rather tell black women that they're right. We cannot afford them. The average black, you know what? You're right. Your taste. Oh God, I would much rather tell Lisa Ray, you're right. I don't want to break my little wallet trying to keep up with you. You right. I'm not in your tax bracket. You right. I'm gonna stay over here in my little ass lane. Hopefully, get married and stay married for a lifetime. Something your light skinned, rich ass was in a marriage with a rich ass, notable black man couldn't accomplish. Right? Because I can't vacation for a month. I cannot. Huh? So I would much rather say to the ladies, you know what? You're right. I cannot afford you. And Mr. Z is saying this. We need women, black women in specific, to be meeting men back to back to back that keep on telling them that. So she could have her ego and you know these I keep on running into these men that say they can't afford me. Oh, I'm so great. I'm so great. They know they can't afford me. So she could eat what that really look like, being the pass around for elite men. Huh? Until they're finished with her, and then she could just be out here with the stories of maybe going to some nice restaurant with some elite man, and all the guys that told her, you know what, you're out of my price range. She'll get it eventually. She'll act like she didn't, right? Marcus, huh? Revlon says if she broke, she should just say that. Ah, but Revlon, you might have missed this earlier. The power dynamic in women telling you they need you, and a person telling you I need help, and a person telling you I'm broke, and a person telling you look, and a woman better yet telling you, okay, look, I find you attractive, we cool, we chilling, da da da. This is what it is. Let's negotiate something. Huh? First of all, I don't know how many of us would be turned off by that because that's a bit shrewd. But even if You were dating a lady or for about 3 months, maybe 6 months, and she sat down with you and she's like, "Look, I'm serious about you, but this is my financial situation. Can we work something out?" But once again, Revelat, that's putting too much power in your hands. The women don't want to do that. What they want to do is antagonize you to do for them without you realizing that you are in the power position. You are in the position of power. If a woman tells you that she's broke or she's struggling financially, she's putting too much power in your hands over that relationship, and her ego can't take it. Mhm. Right? Just saying. Trell said he pulling off on him. Meep meep skirt skirt. Boom. Gone. Right? But Zabi, that's what Zabi says. Is that really that bad? I mean, better to have them be somewhat upfront after a while. But that's what I'm saying, Zabi. Yes, for them, yes, yes, absolutely, absolutely. Because then when you think black women conceding that she needs you, not just wants you, that she needs you, she likes you, and she needs you because you might be in $40,000 debt, and that's just a car, right? That's the little bit of your student loan left. Maybe you have $10,000, $15,000 left of student loan debt, and you have a used car for 25, $24,000, something like, right? Maybe you have, let's say you have used car for 20 grand. You have $5,000 in student and no, sorry, $5,000 in consumer and credit card debt, and you owe $15,000. There you go, $40,000. But the lady that you have been dating for the past 3, 4, 5 months, she's more like $120,000 in debt. She want to make a deal with you, but she cannot let you know that because the power is going to be in your hands throughout that relationship. You know it, she know it. She can't do it, right? She can't do it. So she would much rather gaslight you in that relationship and play big man and play like she don't need you or any man actually, right? This is somewhat true, and I agree with this to a certain extent. Zabi says, to be honest, quote unquote, the need is usually communicated and framed by their subtle actions and life decisions. Yeah, but she can't come out and say it though. Way, way too overt, right? Way too overt. And this is true also, Jake. And Jake says a lot of men want to get a get back. Z, too much BS happening during the gender war. I agree with that. I said it. I think that's why I said black men, you gotta let go of your ego. Shout out to the Roger report. He says it too. You gotta let go of your ego, black man. You gotta let go of your ego, right? We gotta let go of. Shout out to Trell. Class reunion fantasies, flexing on your ex, flexing on the brothers that thought they were better than you in high school or in college, flexing on the women, the girls that are now women, um, who thought they were better than you in high school or in college. You gotta let the class reunion flex thing go. You gotta let it go, people. You gotta let it go. And it's not just a black thing. I still hear white people talking about the cool table. These are whole successful ass news anchors and pundits and all these people and you're like, why are we still who still talks like Mr. Zia play around with that language a little bit, but people still use it. I'm like, wait a minute, this is a phenomenon in America where people are still having like the class reunion flex, even if they didn't go to the class reunion, but like the idea of, oh, see, now I'm the cool one. I'm the person that made it out of my high school, and I'm the famous one. I'm the rich one. Yo, this is weird, huh? I promise you, I was watching a news clip the other day, and the guy was like, "Yeah, this is the cool table," and it was a whole middle-aged white dude. I'm like, "Who still? Why are we still what?" And I get it was just a term, it's just a phrase, right? Just a term. I get it, but it's still, is this real? Right? But yeah, Zavi, you're right. Sir, yeah. Oh, that wasn't Zavi that said that. That was Jake. But yeah, Jake, you're right. People need to let it go. They need to let it go. The get back, I get it. The people want to get back. She overlooked me, or I wasn't her type, and it's usually like you weren't her type, right? When y'all was 17 and 16 and whatever, right? But sometimes, and this is something I think that hurts people's feelings. Everybody thinks the jock is gonna fall off eventually. Sometimes he don't though. Huh? Sometimes he doesn't. We think we have these movies playing on in our head that the jock gonna fall off, and the his peak was high school. It happens a lot, but not all the time. Huh? Not all the time. Right? See, this is what I'm saying. Trail says Generation X stuck in the Breakfast Club. Right? GC said most of them keep winning. Many of them do. I'm not gonna say mo, but many, yeah, because they also have other attributes that keep them on that trajectory. So yeah, they may not, get into the NFL, but you might be dealing with someone who's a college coach, right? Someone who might be a high school coach, but make a good 60, $70,000 a year. All right, cool. It ain't great money, but it's okay. But they didn't fall off, right? They become losers. They're not on the corner begging, right? Revlon said they need therapy. I think a lot of people when it comes to the the middle school, high school, college trauma, what I wasn't this, and people wasn't looking at me like that, and well, why is it always her? And man, particularly the women, because high school do a number on them, right? Oh boy, and people are going, what if y'all listen to these people talk? Sometimes Kim Foster said it. Real Talk with Yanni said it, right? You see a number of these women who bring these things up, and they be in their goddamn 30s, sometimes 40s, maybe even 50s. Still remember who the cool kid was. Still remember the guy that they liked that wasn't checking for them. Yo, we're 30 something. You still remember this? Okay, fine. You still remember it. Okay, cool. You remember it. But it's still a thing. It's still like playing on in the background of your mind, right? Jake, you see what I'm saying? Jake says, God forbid she is subscribed to Cynthia G, Chrissy, Shira 7, Princella, etc. Yep. A line that this is true. And line says, no, they just dry beg on social media. Now that is true. That's true. You saw a bunch of that going on. All these clips, all these women talking about their car, they're really and the brother AO, I mentioned this a couple of times before. The brother that has the YouTube channel AO that talks about finances and investing, etc., etc. A few years ago, he had a white woman on, and she was so deadly honest. Okay, looking white woman, and she was so deadly honest. And she said in the back of her mind while she was going through struggle, She was hoping that God had prepared her future husband and made him. And I'm paraphrasing. Essentially, he was gonna buy her way out of the struggle. That God had her future husband, on the right path, and she would meet him, and he would save her from her struggle, save her from herself. These were her sentiments. Those weren't the exact words, but that was the sentiment that she was conveying. She was so deadly honest. Exactly to what Line is saying. Huh? Exactly to what that young lady, that other white woman, I said, what she said. If it benefits me, is it patriarchy, or is it someone just offering a helping hand, or whatever however she said it? Huh? And that's what it is. That's why I say let them talk. When you let them talk, when it's not the overt gender war stuff, when they don't feel so defensive, when they let their guard down, they start telling you all different type of things, and you're like, that's the real you. That's how you really think. That's how you really feel. See, when they're in gender war mode, they put all the defenses up, and everything is like a calculated step, or they're saying things just to get some to get some anger out of you, right? Distance and irritation, as Chris Rock said, to irritate you, to antagonize you. But if they're talking about all other stuff, like here, we heard the ladies talking about college loan debt, right? The AO clip that I'm referring to, I think the young lady she was talking about the debt she was acquiring, trying to start these businesses, et cetera, et cetera. But look at the truth she told right there. Look at this young white woman, and the truth she said right there. Is it patriarchy? If it benefits me, is it patriarchy, or is it just a helping hand? Huh? You let these ladies talk long enough, and sometimes when they're angry, they'll tell you the truth. When they're sad, when they're lonely, they'll tell you the truth. When they're arguing with each other and beefing, oh, they're definitely gonna be telling truth. Or when they're talking about something outside of man, woman in specific, they're gonna tell you the truth. You'll be like, oh, that's what you want. Ooh, okay, now I know. So on that note, y'all, look, Mr. Z ain't gonna keep y'all too much longer. We go pause right there. But hopefully, Chief Rocka, this was a good receipt. Shout out to Chief Rocka. Thank you for the patience. Um, it took about 2 months to get here, but I'm glad we got here. So next up is going to be compassionate stream. We're going to do that. That's going to be the Powell memo. That I'm going to probably I'm going to try if chief not chief sorry, if compassionate can't, I'm going to try to get access to my lady's laptop. I'm going to eventually have to buy one myself. I know. And Mr. Z, I know you got the money. Mr. Z been saving. Yeah, I could get it, but I'm being a whole lazy cheap ass. Um, but yeah, so I'm eventually gonna have to get a laptop because I want to put the clip. I want to play the clips. I don't want to just refer to stuff. I definitely want to play the clips. Um, but yeah, so Paul memo coming up next. Buckeye fan, I did not forget about you. Don't worry, I did not forget about you. TLC, no scrubs is coming out. You've been the one that's been waiting the longest. I know. I did not forget about you. Um, so yeah, so that's coming up next, and yeah, y'all. So hopefully this is good for Chief Rocka. Um, and thank y'all. So y'all check out the links in the description box so y'all can get an idea of what I was referring to. Shout out to the replay gang. We will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. Now y'all have an idea of, well, one of the reasons why the ladies sound like the way they do. That student loan debt is kicking them in the ass. They're all tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loan debt. That doesn't mean that you don't engage with the ones that you like, but be mindful of that student loan debt and try to make sure she's not trying to make you pay master for that and then leave your ass afterward, right? So anyway, on that note, y'all, we'll pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease, as I said before. Then go check out the Black Manosphere content, the non-Manosphere content, and Mr. Z out. All right, y'all. Y'all have a great rest of y'all day.